We should be live. Hello, hello, hello. How is everyone today? Oh, I think it's just you and me in chat right now. Oh well. Let me hear myself.
Uh,
I'm waiting to hear you on the stream.
do you want me to sing a song? Because that's part of what we're talking about.
Yeah, I heard you. I'm just trying to get. No, I'm trying to catch the volume to see if I have to adjust the volume. No, you're not too bad. Okay. Actually, you're a bit. If anything, you're a bit loud. Little. All right, there we go.
It's not the first time I've been told that.
No, that's how it works, isn't it? You get so used to being the quiet one on Discord, and then suddenly it decides, no, now you're, full volume.
Yeah.
All right. Let me shut us up here. There we go. Don't have to hear us. That's always weird to listen to myself in the background. It always throws me off because in my mind is always like, shit, somebody's talking. And then like, wait, no, that's me. It's it's especially annoying with because like I want to have it sort of audible to myself so that I know when the audio is like screwing up somehow. Then you never like it throws you off rhythm too. Oh, you have to like be in the mindset.
Yeah.
So yeah, One Piece film red. Oh, should I add the film into the film red into the title?
Nah, it's fine. People know what you're talking about.
I'll add it anyway. Now that you've pointed out that it's supposed to be a part of the title, it's bugging me.
I mean, I only call it that because I am like the 12th circle of hell level autistic.
But yeah. This is my first time covering a major shit. I was telling you before, this is the first time really covering a major Shonen franchise.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's yeah. You're like the only
it's
one
not.
of my friends that's like only one of my friends I would probably stream with within that group. That is also a weeb, and that I would be comfortable having on stream.
uh, yeah. I mean, do I need to talk about my credentials, or
No.
is just the fact that I have T for an error in my PFP enough of evidence?
Yeah, I think that is. It also proves you might be a bit of a goof. But I mean, I hang out with you.
Hmm. Uh, so, uh,
Yeah, so.
I suppose it's a
Yeah,
bit late.
yeah.
I
No,
suppose it's a bit late to ask how you normally do these things.
yeah, so normally the way I do it, so the way we do it is do a breakdown of the film's plot and then maybe we'll tangent here and there. And that sort of it.
Right.
So it's a discussion of the movie as it would be going, and maybe also because you are a lot more knowledgeable about One Piece film I'm where I'm off, so it
Yeah.
makes this particularly interesting because I thought this was an interesting movie, but it's also set way further than I've made it to. I told you where I was. I was like just after Thriller Bark.
Uh-huh.
As far as One Piece goes, and I just never progressed past. Because every time I feel the need to start from the beginning, you know?
I mean, I have my history of One Piece is incredibly complicated. I started off watching it, I think, in 2013 when I was first getting into anime. Fell in love with it, but it did get really overwhelming to see that I had like another 500 episodes to go by the time I eventually sort of lost interest.
Yeah,
Um,
that's kind of the struggle with any of these long running. Even outside of just how horrible Toei is at pacing episodes, uh,
mm.
that's always the struggle when it comes to trying to get people into these like bigger franchises. Because I remember even back in the day, back uh when I first watched. It's funny when I first watched it, it was the 4Kids stuff.
Oh, Jesus.
And then I'd stopped. I was one of those. I was one of those anime fans that had that like. I don't know if this happened for you. Probably not. Maybe it's just me. I had that embarrassed period because anime wasn't really cool to be a bit older than
No,
the people.
yeah, it really sort of took off around the Attack on Titan when that came out.
Yeah,
It skyrocketed. A lot of people comparing it to Game of Thrones at the time.
yeah. It kind of became popular again in mainstream. Evolved at least.
Yeah,
So it
and
was a
then
bizarre thing, but I'm talking. So when it was coming out, or the show was coming out originally, that would have been middle school, right? And the last couple, or the first couple of years of high school, I was the embarrassed weeb that I would like. It would be a case of I'd pretend I was in stuff, but then it would like look over my brother's shoulder when he watched it.
yeah, it's
You know, I'm like, oh no, I'm totally a cool kid, guys. I don't watch that anime stuff. I was never, you know.
yeah, I definitely got lucky with coming into it around the time that it was taking off, and everyone in my school was getting into it as well. So it's just one of those things where I actually call them the normies. Got an easier go of it than the people who've been into it for a lot longer.
Yeah, because this is the other thing. Like when you bring up One Piece and like, you try to introduce people to it, what usually happens in my experience at it, they'll be like, there's like there's like 2,000 episodes here. But what is the count at now?
So the anime currently has, I think there was an episode last Sunday at 1132, 31. Yeah, 1131 or
Yeah,
32.
yeah, yeah. So obviously I'm exaggerating. It would be like there's like you're expecting me to try and get into a show that's longer than the Bible.
It's probably better written as well.
Okay,
Am I allowed to say that?
I allow it. Yeah, we're fine. We're fine with that. Just it's funny. I'm uh, just not really on topic, you know.
Yeah. Um,
But yeah, just in general, it's harder to uh, these long running shonen shows that gotta have that unfortunate debuff of you tell somebody that oh it's really cool you should check it out and then they look at like book count chapter count uh, or whatever or like oh Fate I actually have this problem with Fate so like 17 different most of them aren't in each other
yeah.
but they all like split different ways to do yeah what and this movie kind of has that weird thing where it kind of can't exist telling me about
Yeah. So I suppose before we start, it's worth saying big old spoilers for the anime and the film, especially. But this film, so basically all of the One Piece films are non-canon to both the manga and the anime. A lot of them categorically they cannot happen when they happen. I think the only one that gets a tiny bit of leeway is Strong World, where it slots quite nicely between Thriller Bark and the Saba Ode Archipelago, which is the arc afterwards, obviously.
So maybe that's
But
gonna have to be the next one I watch and review, because that's about where I would be in the story.
yeah, uh, so, and the important thing to note is that of the, I think we're up to 15 movies now. Only 5 of them are actually written by the manga author.
Oh,
Um,
I didn't know that.
yeah, So this is something I did mean to bring up earlier. Was Strong World, Zed, Gold, Stampede, and this film Red. They are the only ones written by Oda.
That's actually interesting. It does make sense that this is written by Oda, because it does feel a lot like how a lot of One Piece feels. It doesn't feel, because sometimes if you have work that's like written by somebody else rather than the original creator, sometimes you get people that sort of vibe, right? And then other times you
Yeah,
get it where it feels like a skinwalker, you know?
yeah. Well, so I I had an interesting experience when I tried to watch the first One Piece movie about a year or two ago. It genuinely felt like I was watching a Scooby Doo film, like that level of disconnected from the anime.
That's how
It definitely didn't help that it.
a
Yeah,
lot of these project projects to feel. A lot of them, it's just like kind of almost. It'll either feel like a Scooby Doo project, somebody's trying to kind of emulate, but not doing a good job, or it feels like it's trying to just chase like the show, as though it's just an extended episode.
yeah,
Yeah, like several of the Ranma one half movies like that, where they
huh?
uh I think some of the DBZ stuff is kind of like that.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like all of the Toei films are very disconnected. The only ones that I know of that aren't like strictly disconnected are the My Hero Academia movies. But even then, they were incorporated into the manga after they came out, and obviously that was like way further ahead than the anime was. So it was a bit weird to suddenly have the movie original character showing up way later into the manga.
Yeah, it that's one of those things where it. I guess that's the thing. Just talking about this, you said it kind of has to start somewhere within Wano that can't.
So
Basically,
yeah, so this came out. Sorry, go on.
I wasn't saying anything.
Okay. So this came out. I think at least the anime original episodes that set up the film were around episode 1030. So for them to happen, they kind of have to happen either before or after, because Luffy directly gets referred to as the fifth emperor, which happens between the previous arc, which is Whole Cake Island, and Wano. Uh, but then, stuff is revealed towards the end of the film. That means that, and character introduced as part of the Straw Hat crew. That mean it has to take place after, but it gets confusing. I'm sure we'll get there eventually.
I guess the only other thing we have to get into before we get into like the movie proper is, I guess, maybe talk about the. You said it's like questionably canon episode for this. I know you had me watch
So
it before.
Yeah, so we there's two episodes in the anime that set up um which it's one of those annoying ones where it's like, oh, we're now going to take a break for 2 weeks while we divert into anime original or movie original territory rather. And it's like, oh, can we not do it after we just had a really really cool moment in the big fight? And then towards the end of Wano, there's like randomly they haven't done this for any other movie, but there's like as part of something that is being adapted from the manga, they insert a shot of Uta from this film. When we got a scene with Shanks, so it's like, oh, is the movie canon or is it not? Because I mean, with a few tweaks, you can probably get it to be canon. Um,
Yeah, I think you
but
probably have to change some things around from what I know, but I haven't
yeah,
canon, so it's hard for me to make a decision there. And also, I know
yeah.
people are going to pull my weep card because I haven't been caught up in anime since like the 2010.
I mean, if we're talking Thriller Bark, yeah, we're probably a bit earlier than that because that was, I think, Thriller Bark was maybe exactly 2010 because I know that the sub Odie stuff was 2012 2013.
Yeah, it literally is like a case of just when it comes to, at least with the anime. Originally, I know I'd grown up a lot watching the dub, and then eventually, when I got back into anime, uh, I watched. It's funny. I watched the dub up to the point the dub stopped because this is a weird thing talking about now because it used to be that like these long shows would have like the dub is like far removed time wise. I think that they
Oh yeah,
do a better job of that of keeping them kind of coming out time. So I remember it was a case of I caught up with the dub at the time, which was somewhere around
yeah,
Benny's Lobby. Then then I started watching the subtitle, but it was weird going
mm,
from the. It's weird with me. I have to watch if I'm swapping from a sub to or a dub to a sub. I kind of had to watch it from the beginning again because my mind still associates the voices with the voice actors I'd originally know.
yeah. So yeah, I've never particularly had that problem, but I totally get it.
Yeah.
There was, oh, when was it? In fact, I think I watched the dub up until, which I know sacrilege, to all like 5 people that are watching. um, uh, I watched it up until I think Wano started, and then I jumped over to the sub because the dub hadn't caught up to the end of. Well, I don't think the anime was at the end of Wano by that point. Um, in fact, funnily enough, the anime the dub did recently catch up, and then they stopped. They didn't decide to do simul dubs afterwards. Um, uh, yeah, I didn't have that problem, and in fact, I even uh, got to. I think we've discussed it before, but I got to the Gear 5 episodes, and I was like, oh, I mean, I'm not going to start reading the manga from this point because everyone says that it's way better, and I do want to, read as much of the story as I can. So I did that, and I started doing them both the manga and the anime at the same time.
It's funny. We seem to have like the similar experience of we both watched the dub and then we hit like the limit of what that had, and then we swapped to the sub. And with me at least, that's what's got me to start watching subbed anime because it was that, and then a few other anime I was watching also where it was also like the dub was like 4 or 5 episodes behind something, and so I was eventually just like, watch the sub so that I can like keep up with the story. And that's kind of where I think dubs are valuable. They're a nice entry point. That's what I've always and
Yeah, I mean, there is. It's definitely not as heinous as some people make it out to be. Like, I mean, there are point blank some shows that are just better in dub than sub, and obviously
Black Lagoon.
the reverse is also true in most cases. But
Black Lagoon, the
like
dub is better.
Black Lagoon, I think, I mean, the show has a lot of issues, but Code Geass, that is probably, yeah, it makes more sense to have it in English than in Japanese.
Yeah, like Black Lagoon is another one that's easy to like point to and say and talk about. Like it is just better in. Well, for one thing, you don't get Revy's English. That always took me out
Yeah,
of it.
God, it's been way too long since I last watched Black Lagoon. I love that show.
Oh yeah. Uh, I'll have to. Maybe I'll drag you through a watch through and stream in the future. That might be fun.
I mean, there would be no dragging involved. I'd be down for it.
But yeah, back to this show though. So with the episode, is there any specific details we want to talk about for the plot of that episode? With it's mostly just more of the backstory with Yuta and Luffy, and kind of it expands on them being childhood friends. It's kind of it it adds a lot to the movie to watch it.
Yeah,
Is yeah.
yeah. There's a lot of
Without that, it just I feel like if I didn't watch that episode, it would just be. I think it still works, but it still would be like, oh, Luffy just happens to have this childhood friend Yuta we've never heard before. We don't get to see very many actual scenes of like them as kids. It's just like, oh, okay, sure. The the uh the red hair pirates totally had this random kid.
yeah, yeah. Well, I think categorically without the two episodes, you have the big question of why did Uta never come up
Yeah. Why
before
wasn't she?
this?
Yeah. Why wasn't she in any of the other backstory episodes with Shanks and Luffy?
Yeah, and then obviously that gets addressed in the episodes. That's like one of the few parts of the continuity I actually liked is just um the like how they go about saying, look, we know she should have been in there, but don't worry, it's addressed.
Yeah. Yeah. I liked the two episodes with her appearance in the movie as well. I thought that it, like I said, it's one of those things where I understand why they didn't put it in the, because it would have probably extended the runtime by what, 40 minutes.
Oh, easily.
So in that respect, it's
Um,
probably a good idea to. It's kind of like how I always tell people they need to watch Space Seed before they watch Wrath of Khan to go to like a Star Trek equivalent.
yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I've never seen Star Trek, but
Yeah, so Wrath of Khan
I'm
is
sure
a
that's
direct
relevant.
Wrath of Khan is a direct like follow up movie of the Space
Uh-huh.
Seed episode. So literally, like the bad guy in Space Seed, the bad guy in Wrath.
Right.
Yeah, yeah, and so it also explains exactly where it comes. It's kind of you can watch Wrath of Khan without seeing, but your best experience is gonna be having. I think it's
Uh-huh.
a similar situation. Those two episodes and the film. But yeah,
Right.
so I believe we first open on I believe it's a narrative about like the Great Pirate Era, and it's kind of talking about a lot of the negatives of the pirates, which I always like that as much as Luffy and his crew are good guys, the pirates are not good guys in One Piece the One Piece world necessarily. It's very few of them.
Yeah. Well, not just in One Piece, but it's pirates in general. They aren't good people. They aren't the Robin Hoods that a lot of media portrays them as.
No, and that's the truth with One Piece. Like, I always liked, for example, how in every every main villain outside of the very second villain, and Morgan, every main villain is this like pirate that's like a president. This definitely shows in the beginning, like a lot of the people. It seems like a lot of the people who are Yuda's fans are these people who have been victims of piracy, and you have to wonder if like she specifically like invited the specific people that would be like major maybe his major fans that wrote her and everything to the concert specifically, or if it's just whoever could get there got in.
Yeah, I mean, as we learn, I don't think she particularly. Well, she cared that people came, but it's more that like just the having people turn up was the start, I guess.
Yeah,
She wasn't particularly picky about who came along.
yeah. Well, she's like the this is kind of one of those things that I do think kind of feels weird. Like this idea, like you have this like a mega celebrity singer that uh, that everybody in the world seems to be aware of and a fan of. That never came up in like what at this point it would have been what 700 episodes, 800 episodes.
Oh, uh, well over 1,000 by that point.
Ah,
Um,
you know what I mean. It's like, uh, and you see like people like at the Baratier, for example, are listening to review. It's one of those unfortunate things about like having to introducing a character like this, where it's kind of like, yeah, I can see why you can say it's probably not canon, just because it's one of those things. Like I feel like they would have come up somewhere.
yeah, it's
But yeah, either
yeah. I
way,
thought,
the opening thing, it's a lot of it is showing like people who like victims of pirates in different ways. Uh, no one cares about like people who have been like struggling and oftentimes have been the victims of piracy.
yeah, it's and there was a brief line as well to say that like we don't like the navy either, but
But the
pirates are
pirates are
actively
worse.
attacking us.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
It's the Navy are dickheads, but the Navy aren't attacking us out of the blue and killing us. It is the pirates that are doing that and stealing all our shit. Navy will
yeah.
occasionally steal our shit.
Um, yeah, it is very easy to forget that at least in the anime or in the anime and the manga, uh, that the navy are seen by most people as the good guys.
They are, yeah. But even those that don't like the Navy or have negative views of the Navy, even among them, it's kind of one of those things of like, okay, yeah, the Navy is bad, but I would rather deal with the Navy than the pirates. It's kind of one of those like, look, as long as we're paying our taxes and not pissing off a celestial dragon or something,
Yeah. Well,
we'll
for most
probably.
kingdoms, their taxes are very expensive luxury foods that are just basically stolen from them and given to the celestial dragons.
Yeah. As opposed to being stolen from them and kept by the pirates.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Um,
it's just the Navy is easier to deal with. How about that?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
The Navy is when you get away from the upper echelons of the Navy, and you get to like the maybe like the vice admirals and below, or the captains and below, they're going to be much more lenient with than the people who directly answer to the celestial dragons.
yeah, and we even see like some good, plenty of good guy Navy people. Like Nami Bellamy was a part of the Navy. Smoker is like a good guy. He seems to
Yeah,
he seems to just like want to make sure Logtown is doing well and not being reached by pirates. Uh, like you see all these other you see plenty of these Navy captains, whatever, that are just like assholes. But there's also plenty of them that are like good people. It's kind of a mixed bag in the same way the pirates are, and then you get to the upper echelons that are directly working with the
yeah. Um, yeah, it's always difficult to say because like there's no like the Navy is clearly very aware that the celestial dragons aren't good people, but like there's so many of them that you think not as a criticism of One Piece, but you think like you could make a change if you just stood up to them because there are so many of you, and yeah, sure, like Akainu and or the admirals rather, because those names don't mean anything. Um, they are so powerful, but they are just a handful of people. Like if you all quit or you all went on strike, what can they do about it?
Oh, that's the thing though too. Though this is also one of those worlds where that sort of level of coordination would be hard, just because of how out the world is by nature.
That's also fair.
Yeah, which is probably why the Navy suppresses in the way.
Yeah, uh, yeah. That's I have heard a few criticisms that I wholeheartedly disagree with about the recent developments in the anime and their impact on, or what should have been impacts on past events. That yeah, it gets kind of silly when you acknowledge that like the Navy is very much trying to keep certain things hush hush, and you wouldn't be able to coordinate something like
Oh, I mean,
well, this is something that big then.
I it's a case of like, okay, yeah, I guess there's snail calls and stuff like that, but even with that, I don't know. I don't. It's hard to believe necessarily that we coordinate like scale rebellion without specific types of powers. You know, like we know there are teleporters. Yeah, there are teleporters in this movie. Or but especially if you're getting into like the Grand Line where people need a log post just to go anywhere, a
Yeah,
specific item to be able to navigate the island they're trying to go. It becomes kind of a it becomes kind of a it's kind of like a play of other universe or 40k actually where travel is super because of that communication is also kind of that's why they don't have a centralized government because they
yeah. It's just it to form like even like something like the Revolutionary Army in One Piece. It's very clearly a small scale,
yeah
or not small scale, but
it's probably a guerrilla tactics force. That's the
yeah,
so, yeah
yeah. Like it's not until recently in the anime that the Revolutionary Army are doing something about the celestial dragons because they've not had the ability to do so. Um, yeah, most of their fighters are um, well, they lack training, and most of them are just, what's the word? Passionate about bringing down the world government.
Yeah, that's kind of what you have to deal with. But yeah, either way, it seems like Yuta has fans, and also it's kind of set up here and later. A big part of her like kind of celebrity identity is not liking pirates. Like
Oh
that
yeah,
is a
it's
part of, yeah, that's like a known thing about her, and that's probably one of the reasons the Navy hasn't like really fucked with her. It's kind of like, well, she's talking shit about the pirates, so let's. So this is just a random thing, or I don't really.
yeah. I mean, they wouldn't. That until this film, they don't really have a reason to stop her. She's just she's basically just a streamer, um, and who has expressed anti pirate views, but
Yeah.
yeah,
The streamer thing, I think, is one of the other like things that's a bit weird. That was one of those things that's a bit weird and feels a bit. I don't know if I can say it's completely out of universe for One Piece, because One Piece is such a it's a world where you can kind of input any work with it, you know.
I'd say yes within well, I'll say within reason, and then I think of what they did with Egghead, which is basically just a sci-fi island.
Yeah, that's why it's a bit weird. It's like, okay, I guess a streamer can exist, but yeah, when it comes to the Straw Hats, which we got to almost kind of immediately, and we see them all doing various Straw Hat activities. You know, Luffy is like standing over a grilling thing of meat, obviously.
Yeah, looks bigger than my entire torso.
Not bigger than mine, unfortunately.
Um,
But yeah. Chopper is being a spaz as he does.
but Usopp is as well. They have the Spaz brothers.
Yes, they are probably they are generally like the main comedy relief too.
Yeah, they get the occasional moment of uh like where they have like some character development or
Yeah.
they
Well,
get a time to shine. But
obviously they do, but they're also just so often so often they are the comedy relief duo but for the story. They insert a lot of the levity for the story, even though they have their own dramatic. Because you can say the same about Frankie. Frankie has his like silly, kind of funny stuff going. Sanji does too. Zoro, I guess, with the gimmick of him getting lost. But Zoro's a bit more of a straight man.
yeah,
In the same way that Nami is. Robin's a weird type of straight man where she just like plays along. She's just like, yeah, this weird thing is happening, I guess.
choose your words carefully.
No, I'm saying Robin is not like a really a straight man or the goofy character. She's just kind of like, yeah, something insane is happening. Okay, moving on.
Yeah, yeah, that's fair. Uh,
Yeah, she just
so
seems to accept the chaos. But yeah, in general, it is interesting because a lot of the characters are. I think the characters are very much acting how you would expect. You know, like what Nami seems to be like a casual fan of Uta. Luffy's kind of just oblivious, and he's kind of just like, "Oh, we're going here, okay." Obviously, we know his past with her, and he doesn't immediately know it's his childhood friend, weirdly enough, but that is Luffy. Yeah. Uh,
yeah,
Sanji
yeah,
is
it's
a simp.
um, yeah, that's kind of the a lot of criticism gets levied at Sanji for the way Toei treats him, and while I don't wholeheartedly agree,
They they make
I
him
can
too
definitely see
much
where they're
of a
coming
joke.
from.
They kind of treat it's weird because sometimes they treat it like he just literally goes to like zero IQ when whenever a woman is involved, and sometimes they treat it like no he's still a simp, but he's like a gentleman. Like yeah like he can have like dramatic moments involving female characters, but then other times it's like no, he's just gonna act like a goofy loser in the middle of a fight for haha funny.
Yeah,
Yeah, I do think he kind of gets mistreated a lot. Uh, I think you can still have him have that character, while also not making him the butt of a joke as often.
yeah. A lot of it is anime original stuff. Is what I guess would be his worst moments, but then in the manga, like he still has his simpery, but it's on a much lower level.
Yeah, but yeah, Zoro is basically he's basically kind of just like okay, whatever. I guess we're wasting our time doing this.
Yeah, he is less interested than without, well, less interested without some booze in his hand.
So it's kind of just like I'm just here for the beer.
Yeah.
I'm here for the beer and free food. And then the big fish guy. I don't know his name. I haven't gone to him.
Uh, so this brings up one of the continuity issues. That is Jinbei, who is a former warlord of the sea. Uh, he doesn't join the Straw Hats until the middle, or like the start of the final like leg of Wano. Which again means that this has to take place after Wano, but it can't.
Yeah, so it's one of those awkward. Like I said, that's probably what just one of the reasons I have to say yeah it has to be non-canon because you I feel like you just it's weird because he's not even really I don't remember him being that major of a part of this story either.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's there because he's a part of the crew at this point.
yeah, yeah, like that's the thing. Like he does stuff, but he doesn't really have like he doesn't do anything like particularly unique with his abilities in this story. So I feel like you could actually just cut him out.
Yeah, you wouldn't lose much.
Yeah, it's probably just because yeah he probably was part of the story on release of the movie,
Yeah,
and they didn't want to
I mean,
cut him.
I definitely feel like I could go into some sort of video or photo editor and just like erase him from the film, and you wouldn't lose him anything.
Yeah, yeah, you probably wouldn't lose much other than like him being there essentially
Yeah,
because most of what he does is actually just combat stuff from what I remember.
yeah, he's just another fighter, really.
Yeah, in the same way I think Zoro doesn't really do much in this movie. He's kind of just around too. Like most of the Straw Hats themselves aren't at like I guess the Straw Hats do have their own like little like sub activities they're doing because they're doing all the investigation and stuff for uh Haute Musica.
Top musica, yeah.
Yep. But also after we get through this, we actually do start our first song of the story, which is New Genesis, I believe is the name. Yes, New
That is,
Genesis.
yep.
Shinjidai. But it says on Wikipedia. But yeah, New Genesis is the name is the translated name of the song. And so I was rewatching the movie earlier, and what's interesting is a lot of the songs have like very specific like story specific like meanings to it that like tie in, which is what you want with this type of movie. Because yeah, this is basically like it, this is our introduction in the movie to Yuta as she is now. And this is all about like making a new path, changing the world,
Mhm.
creating a new era. There's a lot of like lines that kind of hint at what her actual objective is, or her
Yeah,
view of what her objective is. It's like uh, it's like singing towards a new world, uh, implying becoming free in a dream world. One of this lines is say goodbye to everything weighing you down, transcend beyond reality to colorful worlds of music. Where I saw that and I was like, so yeah, they're just saying straight up like, yeah, we're going to the Sing Sing world.
yeah. It's something I do like about the songs that go on is they both get more unhinged, and they directly hint at Uta's ultimate plan.
Yeah, that's the other interesting thing with like the music is it's very tied into the tone of the story. Uh,
Yeah,
the exception being the flashback song, which while it's technically the third song, it's actually the last song.
yeah. Um, it it's one of those songs that I kind of have to I can't listen to it as regularly as I do the other ones because it hits right in the feels.
Yeah. But the talking about the music, so the first time I thought it was a bit jarring, probably because it just wasn't what I was expecting for the story or the music within the One Piece world. But then on second view, I actually liked the music. Cause I'm happy with this type of music, the sort of like J poppy sort of. It's kind of idol music essentially,
Yeah,
kind of that
which
sort of thing.
yeah, it's very very J-pop. I think it's the best way to put it. And I mean, I've never felt that it was
Yeah,
particularly disconnected from One Piece, but I know that you and the other person
it.
we were watching the film with
Oh yeah,
disagreed.
yeah. Well, I thought it was better. I kind of changed my position on it. I think a lot of it was just not having gotten to the point where that sort of stuff is like more prevalent, where One Piece gets a bit more, well, very different in tone.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
but
yeah.
on the second watch through, I like, especially after I like started paying attention to the songs more. I like them a lot more on second watch through, especially because they are so tied into the story. Yeah, because this song it is kind of like very optimistic. It's very upbeat, and the funny thing is, knowing what her actual plan was the whole time, it almost feels a little sinister. The fact that it's not sinister, you know?
Yeah, it's very um like knowing well I quite often will listen to both the one by the voice actress in the Japanese, and then the Arma Lee covers, who did the voice of Uta in the dub, and she does a
Oh,
great job with the performance and all the songs,
yeah. No,
other than
what's
maybe like the start of the first one.
we might as well dedicate like a minute or so talking about that. Yeah. For some reason, the English dub does not use like the songs in English, which I actually think hinder this. And we talked a little bit about the sub versus dub thing. I usually prefer subs, but I think dubs are generally like a way to get in. You know. and I think
Yeah.
sometimes it can as good or better, or depending. I know a lot of people strongly in a lot of different ways about it, and like I said, I generally prefer subs outside of specific cases. But the fact
Uh-huh.
that they didn't use Yamali covers or like have her do like covers of the songs for the movie, because from what I understand, she has she has covers of all of the songs, all of the youth songs.
Yeah.
I was listening to some of them earlier, actually. They're all they're all very good. But like,
Yeah.
why would you do that? Where you're, because we're talking about the dub. Why not just use English version of these songs performed by a very talented singer already, who is voicing the character singing them?
Yeah. It's there might be legal, like I've seen people say there might be legal stuff to do with because the woman who voices Uta in the Japanese she is an idol. She so Adu is her name.
Ah,
um
yeah. So they probably don't have
and
like, yeah. And Japanese copyright law is very very strict. That's why that's why I'm super like. That's why generally I say like, don't expect me to put on like clips, even images. I have to be careful with my streams, because Japanese corporations are just brutal when it comes to copyright. They have no idea. They have no version of fair use. So it probably is that. It's probably that they didn't because they couldn't legally, because it would cause too many problems, especially because Toei is a Japanese company. They are under Japanese copyright law.
and it is also my understanding that like if you do try and use clips from one like or just any anime in general, particularly when it's owned by excuse me Funimation or Crunchyroll,
You'll be right.
that you also get hit by Sony, and they can be right. Yeah, so and so's when it comes to copyright.
So Sony are known to be most of the like big corpos are kind of dicks, but anime stuff specifically, it's like particularly bad because the Japanese just have no. There is no from what I understand and what I've like researched about this. The Japanese don't really have a. There's no fair use exception in Japanese copyright law.
Yeah,
But it
well, I'm not familiar with that.
yeah, basically that is why anime adaptations and stuff are like particularly well known to, or anime is particular companies are particularly well known on YouTube to be very copyright strike happy, because uh there isn't really a concept of fair use. That's probably why Nintendo is so copyright happy.
Yeah,
But yeah, as far as the song goes, you also get kind of the music video aspect, which I think is what put our friend off more, because once you understand the mechanics of how the Sing Sing world works and how her powers work, it makes sense. Because yeah, this is all basically in everybody's mind. It's kind of a shared dream more so than anything.
it, I do think there is an element of like she is entertaining them in the Sing Sing world, but yeah, in reality, everyone is asleep by this point. Or everyone in the stadium, at least.
Yeah, yeah. Everyone is asleep, and but like that's the thing with all these like visuals and all of these sort of things happening. It's particularly interesting rewatching it because yeah, uh, the first song is obviously like them all. That's where they're all getting pulled into Sing Sing world, and you actually see as like the visuals become more dramatic and like these visual effects are happening, and Like these are things that would be remarkably difficult to do, even in the One Piece world. Like depending on where you are, I guess. But yeah, she dragged them all into this world. I'm just and everyone seems to be enjoying the concert, and we cut to one guy who looks particularly like he's bothered by something, and then we cut immediately to the other people involved, the pirates that are planning something nefarious.
Started making trouble in my neighborhood.
Yeah, yeah, but these pirates are like they're specifically planning from what I understand, they were planning the whole time to abduct Yuta. They're the jellyfish pirates, I think is what they're called.
I mean, they might as well be called the Snorkeldorks pirates, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, they're the Glub Shido pirates. Like yeah, and while they're doing that, Luffy, a big Luffy, decides he's just gonna stretch his arm up and swing over to the stage. And yeah, he basically announces to everybody he recognizes. This is where he recognizes Yuta. And, like everyone's kind of like, "What, a pirate?" And then like Luffy being Luffy. It's funny. Luffy is both the best and worst person in the whole story at keeping a secret. He's the best in that he'll
Uh,
probably forget it. Then the moment it comes up, he's gonna blurt it out to everyone.
yeah. Also, probably worth addressing. This is where we ran into our first continuity error. Uh,
Yeah,
Someone in the audience directly refers to Luffy as the fifth emperor. That doesn't that
yeah,
so that is a thing when Jinbei is introduced. So that's not the issue, but um, as we've stated, I think we stated this already. This can't both take place prior and after Wano. So he would either be the fifth emperor or he would be one of the four emperors.
yeah. It it's one of those things where it's like, uh, it's kind of it's basically trying to like have its cake and eat it too with the continuity, and that's why I think they made it with the idea it was non-canon, so they could do whatever they wanted.
Yeah,
I think that's the easy assumption here.
yeah. It is very much non-canon, but there are minor changes they could have done that would make it so that, like Strong World, it would fit somewhere in the timeline.
Yeah, yeah, and when it comes to that, it is one of those things where I think I'm wondering if they didn't have an idea of where it fit in the timeline, and then the fifth emperor thing just kind of slipped through. And but nobody like
Yeah,
caught that. That's what it seems like to me.
yeah. I'd also be interested to know, manga-wise, if that had happened yet, because obviously they are. Toei would have been limited by what had happened in the manga up to that point.
Though that'd be interesting to look into. Uh, and then, but yeah, so Luffy though he recognizes Yuta. Everyone in the crowd is kind of shocked by this, and then he's like, Luffy, big Luffy, he just drops the bomb, and the arm of like, of course I know her. This is Shank's daughter. Dude, it is really. It's like you go up to like, I don't know, some like famous performer, like I don't know who's bigger. Let's just say Taylor Swift. You go to like a Taylor
That's what
Swift
I was thinking
concert.
of.
I don't like Taylor Swift either, but that they are a famous person. Go
Yeah.
go to a Taylor Swift concert, and then like some like drug kingpin as some drug kingpin. Then they walk on the stage and like hug her, and it's like, how do you know her? Oh, this is Pablo Escobar's daughter. What do you
Yeah,
mean?
it's yeah, it sort of causes a bit of a
Yeah,
a bit of
it's
pandemonium, and it's something I would kind of wish would expand they'd expanded on in the film, where like a lot of these people looked up to Uta as the anti-pirate celebrity, and now they're learning she's the daughter of like one of the most famous pirates in the world. Um, but we obviously cut away from that pretty quickly, and it's just something I wish we'd gotten a bit more on.
yeah. Well,
Is
it's almost like it's funny too because she's very happy to see Luffy, but there is the fact that she does kind of have even already she is kind of noticing the hat, and so is other people with the because you get the line that's like, is hey, that's Straw Hat, is he the fifth emperor? He can't be, there's no way
yeah,
she'd be friends with the pirate. Yeah.
yeah,
So this is just a shock to everybody, and then she gives the Shank's daughter reveal, and yeah, the crowd are all shocked. Meanwhile, the funny thing is the Straw Hats are so used to it at this point because even I know like a lot of the reveals you get about who Luffy is in the story. A lot of the time it's like, oh, where'd you get your hat from? Oh, red hair Shanks. Oh, who's you? How does that guy know you? Oh, that's my grandfather, Vice Admiral Garp.
yeah, yeah.
Who's this ace guy? Oh, he's my brother. Like
Um,
the Strats are almost like you used to it at this point. They're just. I feel like you could tell them anything about Luffy's past, and they'd probably just go like, "Yeah, that makes sense." You know?
yeah. It's it's so yeah. To bring up the live action series, it is something that I'm glad they addressed. That the Straw Hats probably would be a bit pissed that Luffy was keeping secrets from them. To the degree of like, oh, a vice admiral is my grandfather.
Yeah. When the funny thing is, Luffy isn't really keeping secrets. It's just with Luffy, it's just, well, you didn't ask.
Yeah. Uh, I mean, it gets to the point where I think you might have seen this already, but he gets told that he met his dad, and he wasn't even aware he had a dad. As in, like he thought he'd just been
Yeah,
like
yeah,
born
no,
from
yeah,
nowhere.
because he meets them in Logtown.
Yeah, Dogtown, and then like Garp brings it up at the end of Water 7. He says like, "Oh, I heard you met your dad." It's like, I have a dad.
But yeah, the pirates do start getting involved here, and they're like, "Oh, Shanks's daughter. Okay, that makes sense. You extra important to kidnap."
Hmm.
And I believe, yeah, the several of these people are also the Big Mom's pirates, which I believe is
Big
one of
Mom
the
Pirates.
yeah, which I believe is one of the emperors as well.
Yeah. At that point, yeah, she is one of the four emperors alongside Shanks, Kaido, her, and I think it's Blackbeard.
But yeah, either way, well, yeah, they're these pirates are all showing up, and the Straws are ready to rumble. Like the Straws are like just ready to go into action, but Yuta actually just with her sing powers, and this is actually where we second like major song, which is I think the second song is very is a lot of it is about like this is another one of those songs where it hasn't gone unhinged or eerie yet. It's just like, oh, you guys can all trust me. Look, see, I'm invincible. Nothing can stop me, sort of like song.
Yeah, and
I'll protect you.
it's very much it's very much again emblematic of how Uta sees herself at this point. She's like, yeah, these pirates can't touch me. I'm invincible.
Yeah. Yeah, well, she's singing about basically like how she'll protect everyone and they just have to put their faith in her, which it's funny because when you learn her actual plan, trusting her is probably a bad idea.
Yeah. Oh, I just realised I should have done the title card gag from the show.
Did you have?
No, just I mean, if you, the obviously the Invincible show. Every time they say his name, the title
Uh,
card pops up, and
oh, yeah, yeah.
it gets really old really quickly.
Yeah, I've been watching Invincible and it it wasn't as bad in season 1 because they didn't really do it as often, but now in season 2 it's just getting obnoxious. And sometimes it's just so
It get
like half-assed, like how they force it in.
Yeah, it gets really. It is. There's one episode in particular that's really bad for it in season 3. But we're getting off track.
Yep, yep. We'll talk about Invincible another time. But yeah, uh, Yuta also talks about how she's going to turn these guys into a song, and we did get the Straw Hats also fighting before this, but Yuta's almost like, no, let's put aside this petty fighting. Don't worry, I'm just gonna use my powers to restrain everybody, to
Yeah,
restrain all the pirates. And you get the impression like, so we also know this is her first ever like physical performance, like everything else had been
live
streamed.
performance.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. This is her first live performance, and we got that earlier. So her doing this and the old invincible. I think it's kind of. There's a part of me that thinks that Yuta is also doing it as a way to like show her power and kind of dissuade anyone from trying to fight Ever, as a kind of like, look, I can do all of this. I can just literally do a performance, and you can't really do anything. Oh,
yeah. It's I think either just before this or just afterwards, we do get the line that if anyone from the world government or the navy want to stop me, just don't. I'm trying to make a better world.
yep, yep. And that's also when the world government is like, wait, why would you say that? Hold up a minute. I feel like that's what the Navy is like. Hold up a minute. What does that mean? Like, it's not like her what she's actually planning to do is like revealed yet. The world government probably doesn't have that much. They probably just know that like, oh, she's like extremely popular streamer lady, and then she says that the world government's like, wait, this sounds awful lot like rebellion to me.
Yeah.
Oh, we better put this down. How many warships can we get in? 30? Okay, let's send them. I think they do actually send 30 warships, but when they cut
Yeah,
down to that
I
number.
can't remember the specific number. All I remember is they say, "How many can you send? Just send them all. Um,
Oh.
send as many as we can." Sort of
Yeah,
thing.
because after she makes that proclamation, they cut the five elders. Is that what they're called?
Yep.
Yeah,
The old beardy guys.
yeah, yeah. And they're talking about her. One thing is her being red-haired Shank's daughter, which I know for already that like being the relative of a famous pirate is already just like that's kind of enough for the world government to just target you specifically. That's probably the
Uh huh.
other reason why they're like so quick to act. And also she specifically was like, yeah, world government, don't bother trying to stop me, you're gonna lose.
Uh huh.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of the song that came was like, yeah, this is also how Yuta feels right. She feels invincible because and any danger she's actually facing is just in the Sing Sing world where she is invincible. Nobody really knows what she's actually planning either. And yeah, all of these powerful pirates, she's just able to like kind of roll pretty easily. But yeah, the world
Yeah,
government also the five elders are talking about how she has the people on her side, and they also bring up something called Tote Musica, which the story doesn't tell us what that is yet. The five It's clear that the five elders are like, well, we can't afford to just sit back. They're worried about something. What we find out in time. But when they cut to the admirals talking about it, yeah, they do say 30 warships.
right.
And that's basically just everyone they had on hand to go after. All of them that they had on hand to go after at the time. And then we see she is like flying around on a musical note and creating food and toys and other like various things powers, which I kind of like that because not knowing that this is the Sing world, the assumption is just like, oh, she has like ridiculous, she's like ridiculously power. She's essentially got godlike power. Like she can
Yeah,
seem to create anything.
it's the same issue that often gets brought up with Thanos is if they have this power, why don't they just make more resources? It's like, well, there is an explanation this time around at least.
Yeah, yeah, and her power seems to just like completely overwrite. But that it is essentially a separate world, and I think that's also true because there are characters that get wounded in the Sing world where she's actually worried about. Oh, I think it is actually like it's more than just them being in like a hallucination. This is almost a different. And she also mentions the fact, like souls specifically.
Yeah,
Later on.
yeah. It's much later, as she says along the lines of, "Isn't the soul more important than the physical body?" It's like, I don't know. I feel
You
like,
know, I kind of like my soul in my physical body. I don't know. I feel like I feel like it's a 2-for-1 thing. You kind of want to have both.
yeah,
Uh, but yeah, we get like a brief scene of Big Mom talking about this, and Big Mom is also interested in capturing Yuta because the perception is just she's incredibly powerful. How is her power is so versatile? Like she's dating, able to like do all of this stuff. Yeah, we get the when we get the reveal, it's like, oh, okay, that kind of makes sense. But the Straw Hats are having a good time, and that's when she approaches them, and they're like, "Hey, oh, also, this is another thing. Sanji finds one of those wake in like cooler of or in the thing of ingredients that he's seen.
yeah,
He immediately throws it away but he seems like kind of concerned, like, oh, how did that get? It is kind of you found a poison mushroom like in your fridge essentially. Like, how did that get in there?
yeah.
But I
It's
like that it's kind of setting that up as something because we saw the one of those mushrooms earlier, so it kind of like it's kind of something there, but they also don't highlight it. It's just a brief it, it's like a brief visual. It's like almost just reminding you, hey, you saw a mushroom like this.
yeah, it's kind of a question of, if Uta made this basket of food, why would she put that in there? But I think that kind of speaks to her current mental state, is she's not fully in focus.
Well, yeah, and also it's gonna be something on her mind as something that you eat.
Yeah, yeah. I
Yeah,
think as a part of the film, it's incredibly minor. But
I think it
it
also
would have been nice to.
there's an implication with her powers about a lot of it. Like she can do these incredible things, but a lot of it is a lot of it does tie into her perception of things too. Especially if she's
Yeah,
doing these like large scale things. But yeah, uh, she also did announce that she was going to perform forever, which seems like shocking to everyone involved. And I think everyone thinks, oh well, she's obviously being hyperbolic. Just means this is gonna be like a marathon concert. Nobody really
yeah,
like. That's kind of another interesting thing. Nobody really like interrogates mentally that thing. They just, oh yeah, she's gonna sing forever. When really it's like, well, obviously she's not gonna sing forever. You know, is the assumption. But yeah, she lands with the Straw Hat. She's like being friendly with them, and then yeah, and then she's also. This is another thing. She asks, Luffy, "Is this all of them? Is it your friends seem happy? Is this all of them?" And this is another one where her attention's kind of on the hat because she doesn't really know. She would know that's Shank's hat, so I think she's like kind of wondering what's going on with the thing. It feels like she hasn't really followed the whole all the pirate event anything that Luffy's been on.
yeah. It's well, the film does say it multiple times that she's lives out in the sticks. Basically, she's very, very, very disconnected from the rest of the world until she gets the streaming transponder snails.
Yeah, which kind of it makes sense, I guess, that she would be disconnected from the world because you do have to remember that like Luffy is probably one of the most famous people in the world at this point.
Yeah,
Yeah, like well, he basically proclaimed war on the world government. He's like universally recognized even then, and that's before the time skip.
yeah, yeah. Like breaking the mold of only having four emperors to have an unofficial fifth emperor. That's quite a feat.
Yep. Yeah, he's also like met or fought with uh some of the biggest pirates in the world, including Whitebeard.
I don't think he ever really fought Whitebeard. He fought
Oh,
alongside
yeah,
Whitebeard in
that's
the
what I meant
Paramount
with
War.
fought with. I meant fought with as in fought alongside of.
Right, right.
Yeah, but her being in the sticks, and especially there, and just how isolated she was. Uh, I think it's still kind of tough because with the streamer transponder say I don't know, maybe I can buy it could happen. Especially if she didn't really care about world events. It feels like she'd have to go out of her way to like look into the events happening around the world.
Yeah, I think it would be like trying to like get a world news from well a YouTube chat.
Yeah. A YouTube chat that specifically just doesn't like pirates and probably doesn't want to talk about that.
Yeah,
But yeah, the two of them have a little competition where they and this kind of comes up in a flashback too. It seems like this is a thing they used to do as well. It's like a chicken eating. They have to eat the chicken fast, and then the rules is like uh, they have to eat as much chicken as possible in a way.
yeah.
From
Well, yeah. It's
yeah, from the
eat the chicken,
stuffing animal.
finish the drink, jump out the way. If either of you get hit, that you lose.
Well, the funny thing is finishing the drink isn't actually part of it. No, that's just how Yuta tricks him at Luffy and so that she can
Oh yeah.
win.
Which
it's
that let's be honest, that was just point blank cheating.
it is, but it's also no. The funny thing is, it's also a trick that she did as a child too.
Yeah.
So I feel
Oh
like
no.
with them doing this, it's kind of another. Basically, it's Yuta trying to relive the good times because she doesn't want to hurt Luffy,
Yeah. Yeah, and
or
she
at
thinks
least
it will like get information out of him as to whether or not Shanks is with him.
yeah. She wants to know what's going on with that. She wants to know if he's involved with because he is wearing Shank's hat, and he have the hat last time they had met. And obviously, it is a hat that was very valuable to Shanks too, or at least it was like part of Shanks's like it's recognizable enough that Shanks wore that hat.
So then this is obviously quite a while ago, but my understanding is that the straw hat is something he got from Gold D. Roger.
Yeah, that's the implication I've gotten. It's kind of keepsake that was handed down to him, and he handed it down to.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, uh, it is interesting because yeah, I agree. She is kind of almost like because she does have a few lines that are kind of just her kind of questioning. Oh yeah, and then she just outright says, "I won, so tell me where's Shanks?" And he Lucas just like, "I don't know."
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
she doesn't get any information out of Luffy about Shanks though, because funny enough, Luffy doesn't have any information about Shanks. At least not none that's useful to her. Like he doesn't know where Shanks isn't with them. And so it's kind of an interesting thing because that's after that it's kind of that's when we get the flashback between Yuta uh and Luffy as kids with the same chicken challenge but with like a dog, and she wins
yeah,
with the same trick just with juice.
yeah. Uh, so if I remember correctly, in the like the present day version, she summons up the juice, but in this version, she just hands him her juice,
Yeah,
which
yeah, and
again, straight up cheating because she's supposed to finish that juice.
it is. But her justification is literally like, yeah, I'm a pirate. Of course, I'm gonna cheat. We do get a lot of information from this flashback. I feel like this is one of those flashbacks that's like it's kind of redundant if you watched uh, the the follow the lead up episodes, but if you haven't, good to have it in there.
Yeah,
Yeah, this kind of but yeah, it's kind of talking. It's kind of Shanks's crew uh commenting on the competition. They also mention that Luffy's fallen for this trick. So this competition is one they regularly do. And Luffy is still asking the thing about the thing about Shanks taking him on adventures. And it's brought up that yeah, Yuta goes on adventures with Shanks. Like she is part of the crew.
yeah. That's something that we definitely need to address him because she is a child at this point, and pirating is very dangerous.
Well,
So
yeah, there's
yeah,
also a line that says that you would have to be guarding the ship while the rest of so that's the implication I think is that they tend to leave on the ship during like full danger mission.
but I'm pretty sure that's just directly stated is that she stays on the ship, but there's no way in hell we could trust you to do that.
Yeah, that is basically the justification, and we learn yeah, she was the musician on the crew, which is probably the only role she could actually do, and also just in character is what she would be doing. And we learn yeah once again she's Banks' daughter, and we get the song she sings here. It doesn't have any of like the pomp or like dramatic visuals as a lot of the stuff that modern youth sings, but it has the sort of more beautiful hearing. Or and I'm wondering if the characters are seeing those, if or what. But she also falls asleep. This is kind of the the setup is almost like that is. I think this is meant to set up like that is the weakness of her power. It takes out of her, and she'll
Yeah, it's
that breaks.
yeah, it's something that does come into play later. That isn't really addressed later. Or no, it is in a way. That she would fall asleep if she used her power too much.
Yeah, yeah. Oh well, yeah. She has a line earlier too, when she was talking about the how she usually has to end her streams because she's tired, but this time, which is also tying into the wake shroom thing and the actual plot. It's kind of set up multiple times, different ways. I kind of like that comes up and it's like almost flagging and like, hey, if you're paying attention, you'll notice it. And like, oh, so they're saying that because of the wake shrooms, or oh, they're saying that because part of the weakness of the Sing Sing through is it takes a lot out of her.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then after that, I believe we get the it, more modern Luffy talking to, but modern Luffy remembers. Come to think of it, you disappeared, and we get this scene, which we also saw in the lead up episode, is when Shanks and his crew show back up without Yuta, and like they are all clearly depressed and not talking, and Luffy as a kid is just trying to ask and like demand, and then they like oh I'll go ask Yuta. I'm sure she'll want to boast about our adventures, and like Shanks and yeah basically learns like Shanks doesn't tell him what happened to Yuta.
Yeah, all he says is oh, she left the ship. That's the long and short of what we get, and
It's interesting because
obviously
the implication is almost like yeah she died.
yeah, that's what we're led to believe, especially in the anime. Well, no, really in the anime episodes because we do see older Uta, but that does set up the mystery of what happened between Uta and the Redhead Pirates.
Yeah, and she also we then get Yuta talking to Luffy. She's asking like, "Oh, well, what do you do, Luffy?" And she, talking about what she does now, which is she has all these fans all over. And Luffy's just oblivious, of course, and just like, "Yeah, I'm a pirate. What did you think I was?" And yeah, this is where she's like, "Hey, Luffy, quit being a pirate. Stay here with me forever."
The door is wobbling on those hinges at this point.
Oh yeah, no, this is kind of where it's kind of pushing on. Like, it's very clear there is something more going on, and there's a reason because she's also like saving live happily here with me forever. Like stuff that's like the red flags they are rising. Like at this point,
Yeah, like I know.
even
Yeah,
her
Luffy says, "Oh,
movements are
I'm gonna."
even her movements are for a few of these frames are a bit like kind of more janky. I noticed that too. Oh, not janky, but more like unsettling. It's kind of like it's clear there's a screw loose there.
Yeah. Um, as accentuated by the fact that she she made like as a response to Luffy saying, "Oh no, it's good. I'm going to take a nap and then we're probably going to go." And
Yeah.
then
She
Nami
just
chimes in, and
yeah, she
yeah.
just immediately blasts. I believe it's Sanji and Nami.
Yeah, so Nami first and then Sanji, and she hooks them up onto a big music sheet, I
Uh,
think they're called.
music sheet, basically. Yeah, music sheet. And then she goes and flies up to the crowd and was like, "Hey, I found more pirates, guys!" And like
which,
almost like ramping them up again. And a lot of these are people who have lost people to pirates and or just have a hatred of pirates because most people in the world probably would. And this is one of the songs that's really the most. This is definitely the song that's like the most aggressive at this point.
yeah,
It is full on more of a fight song.
yeah, it's definitely one of my favorites from the film. Is this one? Is this
Yep. And I believe it's
Backlit, or is that
called
the next one?
Backlight. Yeah, I think it's
Yeah,
Backlight. Fleeting Lullaby is a different one.
yeah, Fleeting Lullaby is the next one. Um,
Yep, yep.
but
But
yeah,
yeah,
definitely one of my favorites. This one.
yeah, especially as like the Straw Hats realizing they're in danger, they're getting ready to fight. Obviously, like Zoro draws his sword. She like summons these like the night things that she uses a lot more later on too. The like music night guys.
Yeah, that's one of those. Like we do sort of get similar I guess creatures in the previous arcs of the anime, but this is the first time we've seen how like so many be spawned so quickly.
Yep. Yeah, and so casually, because that's the other thing with her Sing powers is it's not even just that she seemingly at this point in the story doesn't have a limit. It seems to be like yeah, she's just able to like spawn them with ease. It's notably weird, and it kind of sets her up as a big threat. Now, once you know what actually her powers are and how she seems to have as much stamina as possible, that's like, oh, okay, her powers aren't actually that powerful compared to a lot of other things in One Piece. It's just the
Yeah,
way she's using it and the way she's weaponized, and kind of the fact that nobody really knows what they are. Like, because you could probably avoid getting pulled into the Sing world if you're aware of. I mean, hell, we see the Marines avoid it. But yeah, she lands in front of Luffy. She's telling Luffy like, "No, you shouldn't tell people that you're a pirate." Uh, like obviously that he's it's setting up like they're gonna fight. And Luffy's like, nah, "I don't feel like," because Luffy doesn't want to fight her. Obviously,
yeah. It's well, just because he knows how easily he could take her down if he tried.
yeah. Like Luffy is monstrously strong, and yeah, this is another one of those points where it's the performance and like dancing starts in earnest as the fighting is still going on. That's the other interesting thing. Like the performances, well, it almost feels like she can actually just beat you without actually doing a whole dance performance.
Yeah.
Uh,
Ironically, the performance is performative.
yep. Now, when you know how her powers actually work, it isn't. But well, it is. It isn't for the first time. I guess the dancing is performed, but in everything else, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
yeah,
It's
and you get the fighting going on, and it's more of characters using their powers. I feel like if I had to give a criticism of the story, it really feels like most of the Straw Hats are kind of just like I think the only ones you really that really are playing like a major role are it probably Robin. And I guess the
Robin, yeah.
the others are kind of keeping the enemy off of them. Their combatants. Those two are the
Yeah.
only the only two Straw Hats that really play their like dramatic role. And Robin only really because
Nami,
he needs to like translate.
yeah. Nami does play not really a minor role. It's quite important at one point, but
All
yeah, for
right, right.
most of it, she's just kind of there.
Yeah,
Or the rock's kind of there.
it really feels like that's one of the things with the fights and stuff. A lot of it feels like it's the fight. A lot of these early fights are just to be able to include and showcase the Straw Hat, which is always a
Yeah.
problem with these sorts of anime movies.
Well, it's not quite as bad as the last film where in One Piece Stampede, where uh, the Straw Hats are basically information gatherers, and then it's Luffy, Smoker, Sabo, Hancock, and Law. They're the ones doing all the major fighting, and they're the ones who are probably the most prominent in the film. But yeah, it's definitely a problem with having such a large cast. That in 100 episodes of anime can do quite a lot, but then in an hour and 45 minutes of a film they can't do as much.
Yeah,
So they have to narrow the scope.
well, especially because within this story too, you also get a bunch of the other, a bunch of the people that aren't like proper Straw Hats, like Law coming in too.
Yeah,
In the
well,
Deadball
there
Pirates.
is Law's kind of his own thing, and they briefly team up in for one arc, but then they're very much rivals for the rest of it.
But yeah, it's interesting because this song that is playing too. It's her singing about like basically like memories and uh, bitterness and grudges. Yeah, she says so good
Yeah,
in my memories, and she says it weird. That's another thing. It's like MEM or not asterisk. All that the
accent.
yeah the accent RIES. But it's a so good and awful. It seems they gave me a grudge.
Semicolon
Yeah,
or
yeah.
colon. I can't remember which.
I always forget the names of things. But yeah, this song is probably one of my favorite ones of the thing as far as just a song. I always like songs that feel like this feels like a proper like fight song too.
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably one of the reasons why I like this Fleeting Lullaby and Top Musica so much. Is just the energy that they all
Yeah,
carry, which I know is very ambiguous, but
yeah, and this song, if it's one of the more, it's definitely more unhinged than the other songs we've done, but it's not as unhinged as some of the later stuff. This one feels a lot more. What I'm looking for, it's not. It feels angry, resentful, kind of thing, rather than like the full unhinged stuff that comes with like which like music is just like an ode to like destruction.
yeah, even going so far as I don't know if you had I think we had subtitles when we watched it, but the full on like Nordic lyrics at the start of the song and at other points.
And you do also get a lot of the audience are involved too, because a lot of them have grudge against pirates. Like one of them says that their husband got. You get a woman saying their husband got killed by pirates. You get the crowd as Luffy having been restrained during the song. All of the other Straw Hat pirates are basically just already out of the fight. It's just Luffy at the. But uh, you have all of these like civilians just walk up and splash him with seawater.
Uh,
Which it's
yeah.
all
So this is something that's always.
yeah.
Hmm?
This always bugs me because I'm pretty sure that's not. So that's how it works in the One Piece live action, or basically contact with seawater is level 3. But I was always under the impression not like the seawater itself.
So the threat that it comes from it is being submerged because obviously they'll drown. But
Yeah, and if you
no,
can
I think like
submerge, I'm pretty sure there's other things where you can submerge a devil through either partially, and it will just power. But I'm remembering Arlong Park where we had like there are definitely points, and there are probably plenty of other like points. Luffy does make contact with water, and then once he's just out of the water, he's immediately fighting. Yeah, it, it's treating seawater like it's sea down. That's the thing.
yeah, which I'm fine with, I guess. Like it's not like he's full on like, oh, I'm completely defensive now. He's just weakened from the seawater. Um, but does kind of feel like he'd be maybe still have some of his strength rather than just flopping over on the floor.
Yeah, yeah. Especially because it's not like Luffy's been in like a prolonged, protracted battle. These kind, but yeah, before anything can actually happen to Luffy, yeah, he gets another an assist from another character, one of our teleporters in the story. I don't actually know who
Which
this
this
character is.
is so this is Trafalgar Law. He is one of the worst generation, which is like the like super strong young pirates who get introduced. It's
Oh,
him,
who's the barrier guy?
Luffy. That he's not a member of the worst generation. He's like a straw hat fanboy.
Uh,
Um,
yeah,
he gets
that's the impression I
introduced
got.
in Dressrosa, and he becomes so Luffy is technically a commodore because he has a fleet, and this guy, I'm going to butcher. I think it's Bartolomeo. Uh, he he's like a captain of one of Luffy's ships, basically.
Ah. But that's the other thing too, though. This is another thing where it feels like this is another thing I think that draws it out. It's like you have so many of these like other characters. It feels like it further reduces the role of like the main Straw Hat crew in the movie because it's like suddenly all of the other Straw Hats are like they're trapped over on the music thing, and meanwhile you have Law and this barrier guy and guy I guess showing out.
Beppo, yeah.
Yeah, and you also have Colby
It,
and Helmeppo there too, and like it, it feels a bit too crowded. That's probably one of the big problems I think with.
yeah, it's I think some of the other films have balanced the crew's dynamics and usefulness better. But this one, on top of having all of the Straw Hats, it has all the new characters. Obviously, Uta gets the most time to shine. Then it also has to balance the fact that Shanks is incredibly important to this.
Yeah, like
And
yeah, I feel like if it was me, uh, if it was mainly the Straw Hats, uh, and Shanks and his crew, that'd probably be enough. Like a main character, still have some of these characters make like a camp or appearance, something. I feel like them all like showing up and being it it it, it just I think crowds the narrative for no re- real reason other
yeah,
than to have them.
yeah. I do think it's worth saying though. Law does serve a purpose, and he
Yeah,
is it's not like he just gets left by the wayside. So he's one of the ones I probably would have left in, but
yeah. I
like
I
you
probably
kind
would
of
have
have to have the Straw
cut
Hats
out.
in there.
I probably would have cut out. Kobe kind of has a purpose by. Well, no, Kobe is actually very important. Uh, But I think you could have like
Yeah.
you probably could have cut out the Big Mall pirate. Probably could have cut out.
Oh yeah.
You probably could have cut out the barrier. Well, you probably could have cut out the barrier guy. Just had Ludi escape. Another way. Also,
Um.
with the law being involved.
Yeah. The only thing he really serves is making sure that Luffy doesn't do anything reckless, which you could probably achieve by having him be restrained by Beppo, because obviously he's still coming to the seawater at this point, so he'd be weak.
Yeah. But that's kind of the big thing, though. It's like there's just a lot of there's just a lot of characters, and most of them are just kind of there and are. But yeah, they have like a minute to themselves as they're on this what seems to be like a remaining like castle, and then Yuta finds them again. Well, because obviously she can.
Yeah.
And
Well, yeah, they didn't exactly go very far, and they are now on foot.
Yep, and then she basically makes a giant. What would you call this? Like a parading piano orchestra thing?
The music mobile.
And yeah, and you have all the other people that were in the crowd following along with their like fifth grades. And oh, we have the ox guy too. I forgot he was in. The guy with the guy with
Bruno,
the
yeah.
dwarf throat. Yeah, Bruno. You have
Who?
him. You have him, Kobe, and Helmeppo, which Kobe is kind of important. His reputation comes up, but I feel like it's one. It's hard because I feel like you need a good aligned major marine in the things world. You gotta get the crowd and the fuck down.
Yeah, I thought. I mean, thinking about it, I think everyone does serve at least one purpose that is enough of an excuse to have them in the film. It's just a question of like,
Yeah.
could this character have been, um, maybe a bit more present, or could another character have been removed to make way for some more screen time? It's very
Yeah, especially because, like, look, okay, fine, you can't dedicate all of your time to Straw Hats. So it really does feel like, for example, like, most of the Straw Hats are barely in the. That's kind of
yeah.
the thing, and it's weird because I feel like this is kind of the problem of just having such a big ensemble or an ensemble cast for a movie like this. Unless you like focus them, as it is gonna hinder. And I can't. It's hard because without like major tweaks to the story, I don't think you can fix it because a lot of these characters are there because they do serve.
Yeah, and let's be fair, they do have a reason to be here. Like
Yep.
a concert like this, you would get a lot of people turning up.
Yep. Yeah. And also not only that, but then Cypherpole is probably gonna want to.
Yeah. Well, they have a couple of pupils here. I don't know if we established this while we're watching this, but the woman who is like standing on the thing, I don't know what we call it, the rampart, I guess, and like speaking to the transponder snail, that she's a member of, I think she's a member of CP0.
That sounds. I think he said mentioned something about that. Yeah, but yeah. Either way, it's Law, the fanboy, and Luffy running as they're chased by not even just the big parade of people that are walking around the island now, but also in general the all of the different constructs Yuta has made.
Yeah.
And we see like there is a lot of these things. And that's when we get approached by the other guy, I believe he's the king of this island. Yeah.
Yeah, he's the former ruler of Elegia, which is this kingdom. and he is Uta's adopted father, or second adopted father, I guess.
That seems to be a trend with her. She gets adopted.
Yeah. Oh
But
my
yeah,
gosh, she's got two dads.
well, technically, I think the other red-haired pirates have also referred to her as their kid. So
Yeah.
it's like 200 dads.
our our daughter comrade.
Yes, comrade. He's also. But yeah, this is where we
Um,
get we with the meaning of the king or the former king. I'll just call him the king. Yeah, we get kind of the background information on Elegia, which like this was the greatest capital of music in the world. It's like Juilliard Island, basically. And this is also the where we get the information that the island was supposedly destroyed because it was raided by Shanks.
yeah. So this is kind of a big like all of the work they've done so far to I guess at least play at making this non-canon. This is the big one. This is the an event like this would have come up in the past, like a thousand
Absolutely.
episodes.
The
Like
destroyer of
Luffy would know about
Elegia.
this.
Yeah, he absolutely would. Like,
Um,
even as oblivious as Luffy is, he probably would have. I think it's hard to justify him not learning about, especially about Shanks.
yeah,
Yeah, it's just a bit rough to like. If you're gonna tell me that Luffy somehow didn't learn that Shanks supposedly destroyed an entire island of innocent people, which we learn later he didn't, but still, like that's what would he hear about it? Yeah. Well, we learn that all of the people of Elegia did seem to disappear, except for the king and Yuta, who the king raised Yuta after that. But they were the only two on the island. Obviously, they don't want. It's not like they would have like that many. So, so it says it's actually talks about like how she must have been lonely. Kind of ties into some of the dialogue of the and probably ties in with that. And we learned later that he had been led. She had been told that Shanks had destroyed the island. Learn later, like she learned later on after that, after she started her thing. That wasn't true, but by that point, that part of her persona was. But we let, but I think that a lot of this, her being like raised on this island, kind of alone with another person on the island, that probably is a large part of what's kind of fucked her up in the head. Is like she's she's gonna feel abandoned.
yeah, I'm here. Sorry, just I was looking for something else. Yeah, it's definitely an underrated part of her backstory that she was alone and had no one her own age for pretty close to 15 years.
Yep, no one her own age except basically another adopted father figure, and not only that, but everyone she most of her life in general before that wasn't around that many people, or like she was on Shanks's boat, you know. But like then, for a at least a long period of time, she also believed that Shanks crew, well, for one thing, abandoned her. Still does to this day, from what and so for a long time believe they basically wiped out this whole island of people. An island of people dedicated to the things she like values, arguably the most in the world.
I feel like she probably appreciate uh like her fans and Shanks and Luffy more than music, but yeah, it definitely
Well,
plays a
yeah,
big
yeah.
part in
You
her
know, like
life.
if you're talking about like one of the things she values, I said things, not like, 'cause I don't know. I'm
Ah, okay.
counting that as, yeah, like
Well, if you ask the
that.
Celestial Dragons,
Yeah,
they probably count people as things.
that's true. That is true. Maybe they have. But no, no. Like basically, it's kind of this place that's almost a center of like this place that is are probably a good representation of her dreams in the world. Destroyed by one of the by as far as she knows, destroyed by the people she cared about the most. As, and
Yeah,
yeah, so
yeah.
that's gonna screw you up.
I feel like it would be more just the fact that Shanks supposedly murdered an entire kingdom minus one person, um, as opposed to like the representation that it holds, and then the fact that they abandoned her for 15 years.
Yeah, and then we learn that like she would sing this one song thinking about the friends, and we get just basically an idea of her backstory, which it just does seem like very lonely and very
Yeah,
it,
it's
it, we also do get the information that yeah he wanted to nurture her talent to become the best singer in the world, which obviously was something he'd have been passionate about before, being basically the king of Music Island, essentially. The king of Elegia. Elegia? Elegia?
Elegia.
Elegia. I'll probably pronounce it differently every time.
Um, yeah, it's my brain's gone dead. uh, yeah, it's no, that's what I just thought.
But yeah, overall, as we continue through this, uh, yeah, I had a point too.
About it spreading.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I remember. And we also learned like she was very isolated to the world. This is like where we learned that. And we learned that she eventually a video transponder sale washed up, which is how she eventually connected with the world, and now the world knows about her to this day.
Yeah, which is a bit um
Kind of convenient.
coincidental. Yeah, convenient, but I guess this counts as the inciting incident, so I don't know if we'd say like allow that as the thing that allows the plot to happen rather
I
than
I feel like there's other ways
um
you could have had her get the transponder snail other than just it showed up one day out of the blue. I think the king bought it for off a traveling trader or something.
well that would
Probably.
have to be something they'd address is if it's just her and the king or Gordon rather, uh how are they getting food and stuff? Because they can't raise the cattle on their own.
Yeah, that's
Like, that's a
another
lot of
good
work.
question. That's another good question. Where are they? Where are they? Maybe they had like a lot of like maybe Allegio was really prepared in case of emergency.
Yeah. I think there's one shot where we do see like some cows in the background of her dancing, but at the same time, again, they take a lot of work to raise, and I'm assuming Uta isn't doing much but like beyond practicing her singing. So it's old man Gordon doing all that farming by his lonesome.
Yep. And another thing that's interesting is, yeah, she learned when she the way she learned about the people on the outside. It seems like the way she learned was like hearing people's kind of tragic stories, especially when it comes to like the Great Pirate era stuff. That's
Yeah,
probably uh that is probably one of like the reasons that she had this view of pirates, even with having been raised by Shanks, and probably even with her knowing, learning after the fact what actually happened to Elegia. It's probably like you've heard about, even if you were raised by maybe one of the good pirates, it's kind of like, but I can do more, I can do some. Is it worth like having the world be like this? And also she is hearing like the despair of her fans and stuff like that, and she's people happy.
yeah. It's it's absolutely a cornerstone of her character is this seeing what happened to her being abandoned by Shanks and learning other things that have happened to her fans. It's like, oh, she sees herself represented in them.
And
So she wants to help them in the way that she never was, sort of thing.
yeah, yeah. It the, that's the thing. A lot of her resentment also at this point less to do with Shanks destroyed the place. It's almost more like a Shanks abandoned me, you know? Like,
Yeah,
because that is a view, and it's interesting because the reason Shanks did it is because obviously, like, Olegia being destroyed, you can't just like hand wave saying saying anything other than he actually just in much more danger. So Shanks does
yeah,
make the right decision to do that, and obviously he can't have like a child with him while he's on the run, from the world
yeah.
government. This probably
But
even
so
was one of the big feats that he's known for. That's probably that's or is notorious for.
yeah, something I do really like about this is that um, it is a very parental act to make that sacrifice on behalf of your child. Which yeah, something I really liked about that, considering we do get so little screen time between Shanks and Utah.
Yeah, that's probably another thing. I feel like Shanks of, and so well, it's weird because I feel like on one hand I'd like more time with Shanks. The other hand, Shanks is one of those characters that you almost like. You have so many chips you can play with Shanks. Like, because the
Yeah,
more you show Shanks, the less special every appearance he makes.
yeah, it's like like you say, the more you show Shanks, especially like with how powerful he is, the questions do start coming up of like, oh, why isn't he doing this or why isn't he doing that? Because with what he seemed to at the end of the film, it's a big question of he should be fighting a lot more. Like the plot is basically solved as soon as Shanks gets introduced.
Yes, it is. But yeah, as we get through the story of like what's going on and the implication, because we get another shot of the wake ship. That's another thing that they show uh, as Gordon. That's his name, Gordon.
Yeah,
As yeah, as King Gordon is finishing his story of like what happened, how Yuta came up, and all, giving the background story for her. After that, him telling them basically that you need to stop her plan. That's when she shows up, having found where they're hiding, and yeah, that's
yeah,
also when Luffy asks her why did she leave Shanks? Yep.
Yeah, it's
He also asked,
something
why
that he
don't you
gets.
just go back to Shanks? Because it's clear she wants to. She's
Yeah,
interested in it. Like that's one of the first things she asked him.
yeah, it's very much a tenet of a cornerstone almost of Luffy's character that although he plays, he doesn't just play the idiot, he is an idiot, but he is very good at reading people.
Yeah. Luffy is like very emotionally well. Like he is and he isn't very emotionally intelligent. I think he plays the fool when it comes to his emotional intelligence a lot, and he's also very like tactically. He's kind of an idiot savant, you know. He's very good at fighting, and he's very good at like kind of reading the room.
Yeah,
It's just whether or not he cares to read the room.
I don't think it's necessarily idiocy or a lack of social awareness. It does just seem to be that when the chips are down, he'll like the silly side goes away. Like it's something that he's very much honed over the course of the anime and the manga.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. He and then as far as things go, it's like he's very smart with how he tends to use like his abilities at his disposal. Like he's
Yeah,
basically
it's
like throughout the whole series, he's constantly coming up with new moves, finding new ways to apply his old moves.
yeah, the best example of this I think will definitely be Third Gear or Gear 3 or however you want to say it. God knows there's about a billion translations.
Yeah, but yeah, Yuda's very clearly pissed. This is where she's a lot more just unhinged than she's been at all. She's just fucking pissed, you know.
Yeah,
And she's talking to Luffy, and she's like, "Hey, Luffy, forget about all the One Piece stuff and becoming king of the pirate, and forget about Shanks's hat. Let's just live happily together." But it's also clear, like, I'm not giving you an option at this point. This is a threat.
yeah. It's also probably worth saying that she does use her powers to both turn Beppo into an adorable chibi version of himself, and she takes Luffy's hat,
Yeah,
which is a cardinal sin.
it is. Meanwhile, she's talking about all the things they did as kids. It, that's the other thing. She Luffy is probably an interesting for her and her world. Luffy is the one who didn't abandon. He really, he just it's just she was abandoned far off from him, so he couldn't really do anything. I think that's why she's so determined to try to. She definitely doesn't want to fight. I mean, hell, she never. She. You notice he didn't get put up the big music.
Yeah, yeah. Like, out of all of them, he's the one she wants to convince of her way of thinking.
But she even says like, "Let's laugh the way we used to." And
Yeah.
yeah, obviously Luffy is angry about the hat because it's Luffy the hat.
Mm.
And yeah, Law teleports them away again. But now she has the hat.
Which, yeah, something probably worth addressing is the the first instance of Law using his powers, which I think is called Room. Room is like what creates the blue field, I guess, and Shambles is how he switches it. Um, that's pretty like the largest we've ever seen him create because yeah, I don't know if
Yeah,
it's ever. I can't remember if it's ever
yeah, he
stated
teleports them full
how much
on
of a
out
limit he
of the
has.
building. And the few times I've seen him use the power so far, it does genuinely seem like more of a just a general battlefield context, but not in like massive not massive uh range teleport. It seems like it's generally
Yeah.
very short.
Well, even in the first time we see music when he teleports Luffy off the stage, that's huge. That's miles of distance they covered.
Yeah, because what little I've seen of him, and this is also this is where we get as after they've like teleported away, and they are still like fleeing, and it's basically it seems to be Luffy and the barrier guy are in like a bubble. Law like stops as he's talking, and they're talking about Yuna's powers because they're like, well, we need to figure out how to actually beat her because her powers seem to be unstoppable. Law, as he stops and like is thinking about this, that's when the barrier guy continues to
Uh,
walk, and this is just more slapstick. I don't think we have to go into like heavy analysis of this.
well, just say I really don't like this. I think it just the joke drags on, and
Yeah,
it's probably way better ways they could have achieved it.
I
Because the ultimate goal is to get them to the docks.
I think it's very amusing the first time or two you seeing it, but it's also like it really is one of those things that I think you could have cut without or cut down. Because yeah, it's mostly
Yeah,
just there to get them to the dock, so that they learn, and we learn the Sunny was turned into a little chibi creature.
which again, adorable. Just especially in the dub, the voice they got for uh Chibi Sunny, yeah, it's adorable.
And but after that, for the slapstick comedy thing with the kind of pinball show, I guess that's what we call it, the pinball show. We get
Yeah.
a scene with Gordon talking to Yuta, and where Yuta asks him if he's mad because she did a concert without asking, and he's just like, "Is it not? Is it? It's not just a show, is it?" He's asking if he's still, and
Mhm.
basically it's just it is just kind of she getting kind of almost like he's trying to talk her down, but it's obviously not. Especially with the wake shrooms, like we don't even know how long she's the level of power she's been showing. It's obviously good. Like she's been very frugal with the powers.
Yeah, I think they say it's been
Or not
5 hours
frugal.
that she's been up um before the concert starts.
Yep. So 5 hours before the concert, we don't really know how long Earth goes.
Yeah, so I mean, how long? Out of curiosity, body
Yeah.
stay awake. Okay, so uh, apparently 11 days and 24 minutes is the limit before um before you like start experiencing issues. Um, but even then, like
You know,
you'd be really
but
fucked up after a couple of days.
that's also probably not taking into account doing even just normal physical activity, let alone like magical superpowers that are noted to like
Yeah,
be a drain on your stamina. Because
yeah,
that's
and
how
it's
it's described. It's described as a drain on her stamina.
yeah, and I guess the issue isn't or the thing isn't that she's staying awake. It's that she's taking wake shrooms that are forcing her to stay awake and will eventually kill her.
Yeah, and it that's not even just like not even just a side effect, that is the plan. So she's probably stayed awake at least a few days already. Because she was eating wake shrooms before the concert.
Yeah.
But yeah, we from this conversation, which is mostly Gordon trying to talk her down, they go over kind of basically like the Navy's gonna try and stop you, going to try to stop you. Go over broadcasting.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I was only showing you that earlier so you had an idea of what would be on the screen.
Right.
But yeah, and then we also get the information that yeah, she has Tote Musica, which we don't know what it is yet. Just it's implied to be kind of ancient.
Yeah, it's the big mysterious pieces of paper at this point.
Which which Gordon was still holding on to. Which I do have to wonder, why didn't Gordon just destroy it? Could he not?
The excuse the film gives is that he loved music so much he couldn't he couldn't throw it away. But like that fucking thing killed your entire kingdom. You'd think he'd be like, no, I'm going to ditch this. I'm going to throw it into the middle of the ocean.
That song killed everyone. Not only that, it's like a sentient evil piece of music. It's like
yeah,
it's essentially demonic. Like
even in its paper form, it has some semblance of awareness and being able to move, because it obviously it goes to well, we'll talk about it when we get there, but
yeah, but
yeah, it's clearly more than meets the eye.
That's the thing. The usual explanation for why these things are destroyed, like, oh, well, we tried, just appeared again, or something like that. That's the usual explanation for these, a lot of these types of stories, which isn't good either. But it's still kind of like, really, dude, you couldn't destroy it. And then I also think like, well, why didn't you just give it to Shanks or something? Like, here, take this far, far away from here. Because you've seen what this can do. I feel like Shanks would be like, yeah, we'll just dump it into a chest in the ocean.
Yeah.
Which I guess doesn't matter because it can teleport. So.
I don't necessarily know if it's like direct teleportation or like it can like control, I guess, how it blows magic power.
The music is very good at blowing, apparently. But yeah, either way, Gordon is kind of put up on a music sheet, which is just seems to be just her like way of long term stopping someone from moving. And yeah, she leaves with Tote Musica. Even as Gordon is telling her like, you can't use it, do not use that.
Yeah, and with especially with what we learn later, you'd think she'd be like incredibly against using it.
Yeah, I
But
think
maybe the implication is that she believes she can control it.
I think that's the implication. It's kind of almost like it's like, well, yeah, I wasn't able to use it properly before because I was a child, and she also doesn't really have like actual direct memories of it. And even then, they treat it like she was more holding it as like a trump card rather than like something she would actually like full on intending to use. Like
Yeah. Oh yeah, because she even says that it's like, oh, the world government won't move against me because I've got pop music out.
Well, yeah, we also see it's interesting because I do like that this is also kind of the first time they full on that there's a difference between the Sing Sing world and the. This really is where it kind of confirms like there is something going on because Law and the other guy, or no, the other guy. I don't. I think Law is separated from them. No, he does catch up. Yeah, but they
Yeah.
note that like the sea is just incredibly calm, incredibly clear, and I don't see anyone on the water. There's no boats whatsoever on the island. The
Yeah.
Sunny was turned into the little chibi thing. I'm wondering if the other boats were transformed, or if it's just the Sunny that got transformed because the Sunny has the soul.
Uh, I think the direct implication is when so again, this is something that was addressed in Skypiea and Water 7, is that when a ship is
Yeah,
particularly
I know
loved by
that.
its crew, yeah. So I guess if the other pirates like particularly love their ships, then that would also happen. But it's not really addressed, and at least the other ships aren't there. So
Yeah, I think it's
um,
safe to assume the reason the Sunny is here and no other ships are here is because the Sunny was transported to the thing like
yeah.
soul. Uh,
Which
that makes
I'm
sense.
honestly surprised that I will be shocked if we never see that form again in either the anime or the manga.
Yeah, I think that's like the the easiest like way to explain it away.
Yeah.
But yeah, we cut immediately to the Navy's kind of storming of the island, and they're like searching the entire place and not finding anything. And this is where we see it's like raining, and the weather is entirely different. Because when we saw Luffy, Law, and the other guy, it was like sunny, clear, calm sea. So this is kind of how they establish like when the real world. It's which I guess
Um.
it's good as a way to like establish that as an you know.
Yeah. Yeah. And it also very much plays into uh
How
yeah.
idealized
Uta
this
Uta wants
world
this to be
is.
an amazing world. Yeah.
Yeah, she's trying to make a utopia essentially. Well, yeah. So the Marines they don't find anyone hostile, and then they find everyone seems to be that's there seems to be sleeping. Top of that, as said, with the Marines, it is a case of they seem just generally confused. It would be really awkward if the Marines are like, "Oh, okay, sure, you're gonna do Tote Musica. Hey, look, Straw Hat Luffy's over there. Go pick him up. Pick him up one."
Yeah.
But
I think for the first part, I feel like
I guess they
it's
have
fair
their
enough because their
priorities.
priority would be like because obviously Luffy's asleep, so the priority would be to capture Uta. Um,
Yeah, he's also they're also in like a very specific like spot where it's like almost this like separated alcove, so it's safe to yeah this little separated alcove island thing. So I guess you could assume that the Marines knew that he was there because there is a lot of people. I doubt they're like scanning like okay, let's identify everybody who's at that uh concert.
yeah,
Utah's because this is kind of a case of somebody has a nuke over there, but it would be really unfortunate for Luffy if the Marines were like, oh, if a random Marine like while searching the place saw him in his room and like, shit, is that Luffy? I'm just gonna throw him in.
Yeah.
Hey, Captain. Hey,
Um,
Admiral. Do you mind if I throw this guy into the sea real quick?
yeah. Uh, it is a big question of like, later in a bit we see Uta controlling the bodies of
It makes you wonder if
almost like
she.
zombies of.
Yeah, yeah. She basically is controlling them. Like, it does make you wonder if they can like wake up on their not wake up on their own, but if she has it like already like kind of programmed them to defend themselves. I don't know. It's just a thought I had though. It would be really funny if that. But yeah, the Marines do approach Yoda and who's still on the stage in the real world, and this also kind of
Yeah.
establishes she seems to be able to like function and do before simultaneously.
Yeah, I assume that's a side effect of the weight shrooms is that her consciousness is almost split between the real world and the Sing Sing world.
Yeah, but yeah, this is also where they explain the of things in fruit that if basically if he gets killed, then everybody who is there is dead, which the Marines don't want because as much as they want to, it is kind of a hard decision to like do to like doom who knows how many, especially because I believe a celestial dragon is at the concert. So
Yeah, I'm not sure if they learn about that until later, but
because I feel
yeah,
like
it's
if not, they'd probably be like, well, shit, he has like a super weapon. You know what? Let's just Buster call it.
yeah.
Yeah, let's just wipe out the whole island just to nuke it from orbit, so that just to be sure.
Yeah, it's I even say like the civilians aren't the priority. Killing Uta is.
Yeah, yeah. Stopping to the guys. Oh, hey, Iron.
But,
He's in chat.
yeah.
His emote. I'm coming. Okay, yes, I am. Uh, but yeah. Overall, yeah. She explains that yeah, basically she has everyone hostage. Are you willing to take that risk? And then the Marines say they're well aware of her devil fruit power, which I guess because the Marines are so worried about it. That's the thing. I don't believe that the Marines would allow Tote to stay on the island. That's another question with Tote Musica. I feel like the Marines will be like, we don't have the single fruit, but just in case, we're not gonna let you keep.
Yeah, they'd probably want to like drop it to the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah. Well, I mean just in general with it existing at all, but also after Elegia, because the Marines even if Shanks supposedly destroyed, the Marines probably know enough about. And I feel like if I'm one of the Marines, I would like if I'm a Marine admiral investigating Elegia or whoever is investigating, I'd be like, yeah, we you guys could. Hey, Gordon, you still have that Tote music effect? Yeah, we're just gonna. No, you don't get a choice. You don't get a choice. We're gonna destroy that just in case. Because you don't have any way to defend it now. I guess maybe he told them the pirates took it. But no, because the world government still knows it's here.
Uh, yeah. I'm sorry, I've got a fly buzzing around.
But
Yeah, I don't necessarily know what Gordon would have told the Navy. Well, no, he would have told them that Shanks killed everyone, so they would have had no reference that Top Musica was even there.
Well, no, but the world government already knew Tote Musica was on the island. I feel like even if Shanks killed everyone, I would still be like, oh, that's terrible that happened. By the way, you're supposed to have like a super weapon here. We're gonna just.
I
Yeah,
don't
wait.
know if there's any reference that they know it's there. There's just that they know Uta has it
Ah, so maybe it's
during the concert.
okay. So maybe it is a thing of it might even be that whoever was involved in like actual chasing after Shanks at the time would know about to.
No, I think there's enough wiggle room to say that that the like they wouldn't have known at the time the Top Musica was there, or even possibly not even know it's a thing. And then over the course of this 15 years, they eventually learn, oh shit, Top Musica is a thing. It's on Elegia with the person who's at the Sing Sing fruit. We got to sort this shit out, and that's when the concert happens.
And this is also where we finally get the information of what wake shrooms are and what they do. As the Navy are talking to her like, yeah, we know what your power does, but the Navy's like prepared for it. For her, outside of just the, you know, like they know what her power is already, and she's just like, great, I don't have to explain it, so bye, you're leaving now.
Yeah.
And this uh, blind, I think he's blind. Uh, I, I assume he's an admiral. I assume he's a major role in the
Yeah.
story.
Yeah. So he is one of the admirals that is introduced after the time skip. Uh, because there's like a big fight between two of the admirals as to who's going to be in charge. And after one of them loses, he leaves the Navy. So he gets replaced by this guy, and I'm struggling to remember his name because it was so long ago that he was introduced.
Yeah, but yeah, this is also where we kind of get details of what Yuda's plan is. Because our whole thing is like with the wake shrooms, the idea is yeah, you basically stay awake until you die. It makes
Yeah.
and she also basically feels like that is like her plan. They're going to she wants to basically keep all these in the utopia forever, which I don't know. I I don't know how that works exactly, other than that when she dies, the other soul in the things into are lost. So, but yeah, she basically in details that's like her plan. She keeps talking about the new Genesis, and she's kind of just very nonchalant about the whole thing. Like it's very clear she is a true believer, and she's or in like this is like a thing, and I think she still thinks she's doing good, so, basically a good deed here. Because I think her view is, yeah, this world sucks, so let's go to the fantasy land and try. I can like make all these people happy. Go fight. The Marines involved are like the blind Marine guy is like he doesn't want to avoid he wants to avoid bloodshed if possible. We also learn like yeah, basically the Marines are like, well, you can't trap. Yeah, we they brought gear to like make can't be brought into the Sing Sing world. She's just like, well,
Yeah.
whatever.
Headphones and
Yeah, and that's
some sort
when
of
this is
visor.
yeah, and that's when we get the zombie people getting up and fighting it. Given all the powerhouses that are actually kind of here, that is kind of a bigger threat than you like. Kobe is the one that like lands here specifically, but
Yeah,
like you have Kobe, you have Bluno, you have Helmeppo. That's already pretty strong.
yeah,
But then that's without any of the pirates involved.
yeah. We'll get there eventually, but I'm just imagining something happens uh, later in the anime. It happens by accident because Otis controlling Luffy.
And I believe that we get another song as the zombies attack the marine. And they
Yeah,
aren't even like trying to kill. This is an interesting thing. Despite Yuda's plan being one kind of just gonna hijack a bunch of stuff, does seem to avoid like lethal force. Oh, to the point
yeah,
where people incidentally getting shot, she actually goes out of her way. Uh, she goes out of her way to like patch them up and stuff. And yeah, this
yeah.
next song is
Fishing
this,
Lullaby.
yeah, it's definitely one of the more unhinged songs.
The hinges are like they are not even on the floor at this point. They're on the other side of the room.
It's also a lot more high. It's also a lot more of the high energy. It's doing that sort of like speed singing thing that I'm usually iffy on. But I think it works for her mental state, establishing what her mental state is. Even like her
Yeah,
dance moves are very kind of the word I'm looking for. They're they're a bit more. It feels like they're a lot more kind of sporadic, the spontaneous, maybe. It feels
a
like
bit more
less of a
aggressive is the word I'd use.
yes, aggressive is probably a good word for it. But also like you get like a lot of the Marines that basically as the fight is going on, the Marines she's already like her zombies have already like removed the headphones from are joining her. So that's another big thing.
Yeah,
Like this
because
is yeah, and almost
is it?
joining the performance. This is also one of the performances that like it's interesting because it kind of goes from very few visual effects going on to but other than kind of the dancing, and as they're pulled into the Sing Sing world, it becomes a lot more effects heavy
Yeah,
and more eerie. And yeah, a lot of the song is also about yeah, it's about like pulling people into a utopia. And it's yeah, the hinges are we are at one hinge. That one of the hinges is already blown off.
yeah,
The door is just hanging by a thread here. Because that's the thing too. Like, I remember when we were watching it. This part, me and the other person we watching, like, oh, she is just fully unhinged, on full like villain.
yeah,
But because you get this song right after her having explained her plan, which is essentially to kill all of these people, and also we learn later she's broadcasting, so she is fully trying to essentially usher everyone into this utopia.
yeah. It's I don't like she clearly doesn't view it as killing them. It's
No, no.
but that is in essence what she's doing.
Yeah, well, yeah, because she has no reason to. She has no reason to believe the Sing Sing world will continue with her. She just knows that the souls of those people would die with her, or would not come back if she dies. But that's one of those things I think Tote Musica is definitely influencing her, and I think it is also you have the fact
Yeah,
that the longer she does go through with this plan, the more constant, probably because she's like kind of slowly losing her sanity.
yeah, I mean, it's obviously a combination of things. Her trauma from everything that happened with Shanks, uh, the lack of sleep she's having, uh, the stress and the pressure of thinking she has to save these people.
The
It's a
other
lot. It's a lot.
the other kind of sinister thing with this song, a lot of the lyrics is talks. A lot of the lyrics are framed as her clearing up other people, up the brainwashing and clearing their senses. With like what she's actually doing is the opposite.
Yeah,
It's like, uh, yeah, it's like it's basically an anthem in which she's taking control of all of these people, uh, forcefully and forcing them into the singing world. And as she's doing this, she's about clearing up brainwashing, bringing them into the truth, and her being, oh, all you really need is my true voice. That's a line actually in the
yeah,
song. That's like the last line of the song. It really, it's a very effective song, I think, and a very effective. This is probably, even when we first watched it, I was the ones where I was like, oh, there is more to these than just. Well, obviously there was, but I was kind of like, oh, I'm kind of getting into it. Like, obviously, it's one of those things where I think if you don't like this type of music, and I don't, I I wouldn't say I'm a massive fan of it, but I don't hate it. Like, obviously, I watch anime. I listen to a lot of anime shows. A lot of anime. I love anime.
yeah,
Is that kind of J poppy or J rock? That's a major thing. But yeah, and I do like we go into the we go back into the Sing Sing world, and we see all of the different people like strung up on the music sheets. It's like it seems like and they've just been stuck there. That's kind of funny. They are talking about how they're going to get off, and they're trying to figure out how to get off. And this is where Bluno and Kobe and them finally kind of get more involved in the plot directly. Because Bluno's purpose here, I think Bluno's major purpose in the story is just kind of to be a way for them to be able to get out of certain situations and to rescue the people like trapped on the music note.
yeah,
Back in the But that's the thing. We have so many teleporters in this story already because we've got the chick from the Big Mall Pirates. We've got Bluno. We've got Law, obviously, and I assume we kind of have Yudo where she doesn't teleport, but she can basically get appear anywhere in pretty quick.
yeah.
Yeah, she might as well be a teleporter for how easily she can.
Yeah. I mean, obviously she isn't literally a teleporter, but it's quite clear that um, uh, her her ability to travel speed and the fact that she can sort of like teleport other people.
Yep. And yeah, Brooks' main purpose here actually is important because him singing is releases different people from the state. I guess somehow Kobe knows about that being how it works. But yeah, so the straw we do know that the straw hats get free. Other people get Korea, I guess, is the implication. The Big Maw pirates, I think, I think the Big Maw people are the ones that you can really cut without losing anything, and in fact, gaining.
Yeah, it's
They create a lot of problems with the story. You said, or it continuity.
yeah. Well, not specifically the pirates, but just Big Mom herself. Her being a part of the story messes with a lot of continuity.
And she doesn't even really like
Well, not a
do
lot, but
anything.
it like she doesn't need to be there.
Yeah, she doesn't even do anything. So I don't think she actually shows up. She dispatches minions.
Yeah,
Yeah, this is where like our kind of main cast is finally all together. You know, Luffy, Law, and the barrier guy, along with Bruno, Kobe, Beppo, and the Straw Hats. I guess. So we're also rescued. So
yeah,
and we once again get like a full on explanation the for the world. Yeah. And also, the funny thing is, Luffy's just like, well, I guess everyone does fall asleep when she's singing. It's like, Luffy has a habit of, like, he'll, like, know an important detail, and then he'll just, like, never bring it up, and then other times he'll just blurt out things that are supposed to be secret.
yeah. It does sort of border on plot convenient that he forgets and remembers uh, relevant details. But I mean, the fact that Uta does fall asleep, it's not really super relevant. Like him forgetting that isn't like the plot doesn't hinge on it or anything.
Well, and that's the other thing. It's not like the information that her falling asleep would really like be a major weakness of it would really matter because it's not like it wouldn't change anything if he did remember really earlier. Because what
Yeah,
can he actually do to make her fall asleep? Like the only maybe I guess Sanji knowing what the wake. I assume Sanji knows what the wakes are. Probably
uh,
why or he would be able to figure it out.
yeah. He definitely is aware of what they are. I think he literally explains it to them just before the big top musica fight. He's like, "Oh, Uta's been eating weight shrooms.
Yeah,
They
and
make you agitated and they keep you from sleeping."
oh, Bluno confirms that she's been confirmed to be evil, which implies he is not. He is here on business. He is here on T0.
Yeah,
I propose, but that's one of those unfortunate. Yeah, but yeah, so they're taught they mostly spend the scene talking about it and kind of catching up on. Well, basically, it's the character. One of those things down because a lot of it is retreading and feel like you could have kind of cut to the conversation for a lot of it outside of maybe the detail, maybe the additional the thing. But I think a lot of this scene is like just kind of retreading information we.
yeah. Um, and especially with what's coming up, I think in a scene or two, definitely could have lost. Cut a couple of things and spent more time on, say, expanding some of the, or not expanding, but giving pre-existing characters more to do.
Yeah, like we do learn some new information. Like this, we get the confirmation. World should take a lot of. Get the confirmation that he was eating wake shrooms, but we already knew that. I guess the characters didn't. But yeah, that's still like confirmation she was eating them before the live performance. Well, like I said, I think we already knew that. I'm trying to think of what other new information we learned from this. I guess so we get the confirmation of how the Sing world works. It's like it's essentially a dream world. It can't. There's no real way for them to get out of it from the inside. Uh, but yeah, it's just retreading. Yeah, uh, Omepo is, I guess, gathering uh other pirates that can fight because I guess you would want more fighters, even though once again it's one of those things of like that at this point they don't know any way for them to get out. I feel like that's one of the things. As far as anyone is concerned, it's like, well, we're trapped. We can't get out. The only real way they could get out is maybe to stop eating picture. But
Yeah,
Nico
and that doesn't
does
happen
go.
until
That's the other thing. Nico's going to. We also learn Nico's going to the ruins in order to see find any.
wait. Sorry, you know her name is Robin. Like Nico is her family name.
Oh, but I'm gonna call her Nico. Bugs you. Or Robin. My brain. My no. My. It's a case of my brain malfunction. I was like, Nico. Wait, shit. The rest of her name.
Nico Robin.
Yeah, yeah. No, I know that, but my brain malfunctioned for a second, you know? Yeah, Nico Robin is going to be. It, she's finally doing her plot. Because it really does feel like a lot of the characters just. You get like one plot relevant you're allowed to do for a lot of the main characters. So Robin's is. She has to go to the ruins to translate the tablet. Which. I guess this is a question. Is the Sing Sing world fully just a full recreation of the island?
Uh, I'd assume that it's
Yeah,
like a well, just wherever the people are, that's what the Sing Sing world recreates. Like, it doesn't literally recreate all of reality.
uh, uh, it, I assume it has to kind of create. I assume she probably could create a more customized area, but given that the no one gets pulled that we see gets pulled onto the island, case it recreates kind of your surrounding. Or maybe it's a case of she has have to like, actively will for it to create somewhere specific. I don't know. But yeah, the Robin's going in, and the straw hat, and a lot of the other straw hats I know are going to the castle to see if they can find information. Because fortunately, this island does have a lot to do with the thing because it has something to do and tote music, which is also specifically a thing for. Uh, this probably is the place you'd want to get stuck in this world. It'd be real awkward if
Yeah.
they were on a different island.
Well, I mean, that is very much cause and effect. The way they've set it up is Uta was taken to this kingdom of music. That's where she got stranded. So obviously, that's where she's going to set up her performance. And that's where she planned to get people stuck,
Yeah,
or trap people in the season, rather.
and it makes sense why Robin would be like, well, okay, we're gonna see if we can find beat to beat Uda's power here, because at this point, that's kind of the major thing is they don't really have any like way to actually at this point. Like
Yeah.
she's essentially got godlike power in the same world, and they don't really have a way to like right now they can't even if they could get to the real world fight her there. Like what can you do? You can't kill her. You can't knock her unconscious. I assume with the wake shrimp. I guess maybe tie her up so she can't eat wake shrimp.
Yeah, and then hope she passes out eventually.
Yeah. But yeah, with this little quest, I think the two characters that are like, I it feels like I guess you probably want the fighters there just it feels like it's a side quest. It's important on the one hand because yeah, we figure out how to actually beat Yuta, but it also feels like they wanted to give a side quest to give the Straw Hats something to do.
I no, I don't necessarily agree with that. I feel like it's particularly for Robin, it is very in character to want to go
Yeah.
and do research
I mean, yeah, like I said,
to know
it
their
makes
enemy.
it makes sense. It just it also feels like you know it feels kind of weird. It's like this is the first time the Straw Hats of outside of Luffy are in the story after being like captured, and they're just kind of immediately getting set. I mean, I guess they would do this, but I don't know. There's something that feels weird about the structure, you know.
Yeah. Oh, we did forget to say that they're freed by uh like yeah, their bodies are arranged on the musical sheets as notes.
Yeah, as notes, and
So
Brooke sings the note, and that be what for.
yeah, after a couple of you know, Brooke typical "May I see your panties" jokes, which I could have taken or left them.
Yeah, it's a case of that's the thing. On the one hand, the comedy is a very major part of the series, but at the same time, it feels like it with a movie like this, a lot more disruptive. Would they like spend like a minute or two on a like, oh, we could get them doing like more significant stuff.
Yeah.
Like I'd rather not waste our time with that. But yeah, overall, you get the library. They get into the Straw Hats as Robin is looking through the for the information. We have these like I guess robot statue things that are just in
Yeah.
there.
So something I did notice on a recent watch through is that they're actually shaped like musical instruments. Like one is, I think it's a lyra, and they've got a couple of lutes.
And I just point out the fiery like laser eyes is probably not what you the robot thing with the fiery laser eyes. It's probably not what you want to have guarding the light.
Is a good point.
That's probably counterintuitive. You might want to use a
Actually,
different weapon there.
better question: why is the library guarded by two like giant or three rather giant musical instrument monsters? Because is it literally just it's used to have a fight scene? Because I think it's used to
I
have a
think it
fight
is.
scene.
Yeah. Well, it feels like we need to have a fight scene, and also it's like shit. Have to have like Zoro and Sanji do something. They barely like done anything in the whole story, and kind of Frankie too.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Frankie Chopper, Usopp kind of does something in a minute.
Yeah,
Uh,
well, Usopp is really important for the end because of his whole observation
yeah.
haki with his bad thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then being able to kind of
Uh,
sync, which I guess is a thing that exists.
oh, I've completely forgot Brooke and Jimbo were even in the film.
Yeah, well, Brooke's big fan. Like I said, it feels like each character of the Straw, they're trying to do a thing where the different Straw Hats each thing. Brooke's contribution was him.
Yeah.
Yeah, Robbins is obvious. Actually, translating the tablet in the research thing. Uh, Zoro and Sanji. Well, the problem is with Zoro and Sanji because they're these fighters. It's kind of just like they're primarily like I guess Sanji's the cook, but their primary role in the story fighters because that's kind of what you. It would be really hard for them to like have a detour for Sanji to go cook up something somehow that be a major plot point. Though I think he was
Yeah.
knowledgeable on Wick Shrooms, and that we talked about that, so maybe he could
Yeah.
have done something like that. I'm trying to remember if he does or not.
He explains it to Luffy and the others, but it's literally like a 2-second thing, which the audience is already aware of, so it's
Yeah,
not really pivotal to the film.
yeah, we're specifically aware of that because they've already explained it twice. And so it really does feel like they're looking for something to do with the Straw Hats. That's why it's like, okay, well, they're in the library. I guess we can have them have a fight. That way, it doesn't feel like Zoro, Sanji, and Frankie aren't doing anything. Like it feels like they're trying to find something for them to do while contributing to the story without like. This is what I talked about before too, because it feels like it's too crammed. The feeling I get too crammed for like having this massive ensemble cast. It works a lot better for a show than it does a movie.
Yeah.
Outside of that, we get I think that's Khalifa from Bobby.
Yeah, Caliph, that's the name.
I think that was her name. I'm surprised I remembered it. But yeah, the chick with the soap powers. Uh, but she is there as a cipher pole, and we get the song that's being broadcasted to the rest of the world, where all of our other fans are now getting pulled, not pulled into the Sing world that we're seeing, but I guess getting pulled into their own like, yeah, they're all seeing the broadcast. They're getting pulled, and the song is a lot more like a. It seems a lot of it seems more like just a proper villain song. It's like, yeah, come on, join us. You don't really have a choice. That's kind of it. Yeah, it's get on stage, let's go. I'm just looking at the brief links because I don't think this song gets like a full. But that's why I'm kind of like looking over like the parts of the song we. See. I don't think we get a full performance for the song that's pulling everybody in. Do we?
Oh yeah, no, that one. It's just a quick. It's Fleet. I think it's Fleet and Lullaby again. They just.
Is it just
We
a
see it through
different part?
projectors and.
Yeah, I guess so. Oh, 70% of the entire world, the inhabitants sing. Yeah, it's been 6 hours
Yeah,
since you
that's.
just started the show. We finally got an answer. It's been 6 hours. Number of victims is increasing exponentially at an exponential. Leaves this situation as it is for another hour. 70% of the world, which That's kind of. Oh no, I don't know. 70% of the world is gonna be watching. Okay.
Um, no, I feel like with how big Uta, well, with how big Uta is as like a celebrity, I feel like she could get a lot, but 70 is an incredibly high number considering
Then
that
again,
eventually people would start realizing what's wrong.
yeah, yeah. Like, look, if then again, I guess as if people are getting pulled, start hearing, yes, it's hard to say that people would notice what's wrong because by the time they notice, they're already in the thing. So I guess it's just the question becomes like, is the world government just not able to like deal with the snails in their project?
They do address this. They say that the snails have also had their souls stolen,
So
so they
she's
can't really
like,
do anything about it.
yeah, she's probably also controlling them like she is the zombies. So, but can't they shut it off at the other end?
Presumably not.
Yeah, I guess not. Uh, which is interesting. And then the next scene, I believe, is just the. By the way, we've been going for 3 hours, so if you want to use the bathroom or get a drink or something, I don't know how long this is.
No,
I thought
I'm
we'd
alright.
be.
My headphones are starting to die though, so
All right. Well. So luckily, this scene isn't too important. This is just when the celestial dragon comes up and he's like, "Hey, I want
yeah,
to
this
own you now."
yeah, this is the one I was talking about where you probably could have cut this to make way for the Straw Hats to do, or Straw Hats, anyone to do something more relevant.
Yeah. Uh, I think you either have to cut this or you have to make this majorly important early on, coming up to explain why the government just you know sell the place. I guess
Yeah, yeah.
rather
I
than
guess that is something it solves is that they wouldn't want to just level the place if a celestial dragon is there.
yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. It's like if a celestial dragon is there, it is kind of one of those like shit. It, it's actually big like counter to like why they would like okay let's check all of the like I said it's similar to learning let's say a member of a crew of the four emperors being there would probably with the big mom pirates that might also be a reason why the world government might be like, do we want to pick this fight carelessly.
Yeah,
So I think you probably could still cut the celestial dragon and but then you have to keep the big mom pirates, which I guess they're more to the story.
yeah. Uh, Brule, yeah, she has some relevance here and there. Um,
Yeah.
Oven, not
Well,
really. Like you
well,
could have cut
they
him. Katakuri definitely could have been cut. In fact,
they're
he basically
also at
was
least
cut.
they're also at least useful for like the I'm Invincible song that kind of showcases her that kind of early on establishes her power like really high for you to
Yeah.
so I think they serve more of a role than this guy does. But yeah, basically the celestial she explains to the celestial dragons like, nah, we're gonna have a world of equality. I don't really care that you're a celestial dragon. A
Yeah.
lot of this is
Obviously,
just
he's
this is the thing. A lot of it is just like it's now ideological prattling. That oh, I don't think it really needs to be here because she's already standing against the world government. Like it's kind of just it's not really accomplishing that much, you know.
Yeah.
especially when a lot of the other dialogue is already kind of on this point, talking about like where she gets told by other people like, well, this is in this world there is no peace. In this world there is no like. This is just adding to that. In this world there is no peace. In this world there is no equality. You know, you have to go with the celestial dragons being involved. And yeah, Yuta in general, like I guess this is also showcasing that while Yuta is still like clearly mentally gone, we do get the civilian getting shot and Yuta being super worried and healing them. I guess that or not the civilian, it was the two bodyguards that get shot. Yuta Yuta goes out of her way to save them.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
it's a better characterization than we've been getting a lot recently, where characters just being like not acknowledging that, oh god, I've just left that person to die. It's like, no, Uta's pretty well characterized as caring, that uh you know people who even trying to kidnap her were
even
just almost
shooting,
killed.
even actively shooting at her, like she very clearly doesn't want to actually kill anyone.
Yeah.
And yeah, she she traps them and she traps them and the Marines that shot uh, the bodyguards onto the another music sheet. She beats up the celestial dragon, which it's a case of like, oh no, please stop, don't beat up one of those guys.
Yeah.
But it does
Well,
feel like
I don't
needless.
think she'd care about
It,
people like the Admirals come after her at this point.
I well, they're already after her, so it's like there's no consequence that's not already gonna happen. She has,
Yeah.
uh, but yeah, I feel like that scene could have been cut, and I think that this this scene that happens right after with because you have people going like, but this concert is great, but it's time for us to leave. I have to go tend the sheep. I have to do this. And you have like the people leaving, and this is really when like it's kind of almost hitting her the fact that it's like as much as these people are her fans, it's kind of like, well, yeah, but other we we have other lives, and she's clearly already like. I think her plan was like, oh, I'll just occupy them with more song, more performances, which is just going to help me and the plan. And she wants these people to be happy. Like it's kind of her being rejected by the people she really wants to help and protect. Just not even in a major way. They're not even like rejecting her. Yeah, it's just like, okay, this is great, but I gotta go. I've got some responsibilities I've got to take care of. But it's like it's enough at this point, and she's already like so unhinged right now. It does actually make her, and it's also when all the civilians learn like they are prisoners. They aren't like able to leave.
Yeah.
Yeah, because this is Toby's big moment where he does something of just well, he gets kind of the scene where he's being uh for a minute as like a showcase, but this is his real like big contribution, even though he's not a straw hat necessary, which is because he's already known as a hero. He is probably the character that would have come and do. Where basically he's talking to the public, and he's trying to also convince you to to let everyone go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
and but it's important because yeah, he is recognized as somebody like you can't just dismiss him the way she would Luffy or anyone any of the pirates because he is like a hero. He, as far as the public goes, he's he's specifically like this heroic captain. You know?
Yeah, it's like if you tried to suppress him, people would have a lot more like hesitancy as opposed to stringing the Straw Hats up.
But yeah, she. It's interesting because at this point she's getting confronted with like what she wants is actually the people, what all these people want, and she just her the only at this point she's like so she's so mentally kind of unbalanced. She just all she can seem to do is double down. Like she's gone too far at this back. It also I think that's
Yeah,
yeah, she's already past the point of no. Oh, the point of no return was probably doing the let alone for calling out the world government because it there is also the fact that like okay, let's say she did decide okay, I'm gonna let everyone free, gonna change my mind. What happens then? What happens then is probably the world government.
yeah.
Well,
Uh,
actually, that might be another thing too, because she did just assault a celestial dragon. So even outside of just all the things she's being on the the Marines' radar, she's just pissed off a celestial dragon. So there is no going back on this. I guess that's what you can say for that scene. That's probably the only thing it really is. It provides a completely solid like point of no return. She can't back out now.
yeah, I mean, I don't think she ever would have intended to back down. But uh, even if she like thought about it, the celestial dragon is the line in the sand, and it was uh, walked over is not even close to what she did.
It's interesting because I think with this scene, though, specifically with her like talking to the crowd and everything like that, it's almost is her kind of almost getting basically the criticisms you would have of like her little world that she wanted to bring people in, a world where like nobody, everyone's free, everyone just play around, you know, like they haven't even like acknowledged the part of she doesn't know if this is actually gonna work, just killing like because they don't know, they haven't, none of these people. But right now, it's just about even if her plan goes off without a hitch, still like these people still have other things they want to do. Like you had one person actually say like, "Oh, but I have things I've been working toward." She's just doubling down, and she can't confront that she's wrong at this point because it's almost like this is what she's like essentially already sacrificed her life for. And what's interesting is with the crowd, you get the crowd actively arguing with you.
Yeah, I like that it isn't just a complete like everyone isn't just against her. There are some people who genuinely support what Ujo is doing, which I mean, simps, but never
Yeah,
mind.
yeah. I mean, it's a case of I don't think you get everybody. I mean, hell, you just look at a lot of these YouTubers that fall off or like have like these massive crash outs that just ruin their careers. Even a lot of them still end up having like fans even after the worst of what they do. But yeah, Yuta just can't stand it either way, so she just transforms everyone.
Yeah, she raises the ocean levels, and everyone who gets submerged turns into a fun thing like ice cream and teddy bears and uh,
And she's
donuts.
just yeah,
I
and
think.
she's just ranting about like see everyone we just have to have more fun. It's like she has completely lost her mind at this point, even more so than prior because before she at least had some level of sensical, flat. We also
Yeah.
we also learned that Bruno has been cheapified, so he's not out of the story necessarily, but he is out of the fact like for some reason I guess he can't use his door powers in this form.
Well,
But
so he can. It just like you, normal people wouldn't fit. It's only him, the Sunny, and Beppo that can fit through the doors now.
yeah, and so it's kind of it feels like it really is a case of they wanted to make it sure that I think they just wanted to take one of the teleporters somewhat out of the game.
Yeah, like he's served his purpose by this point.
Yep. Why I feel like you probably could pull him out without. Uh, yeah, and then we get Robin translating more. As the Straw Hats are still fighting, because I guess there's more of those musical instrument things. Robin is translating the thing, and like I said, the fighting really is just we need to have them doing something while Robin is translating. It's just a chance to get to show show some action.
Yeah. Yeah, even to the point that they're doing their typical attacks from
Yeah,
that we know them for.
but we also
Um,
learned that because they're doing that, Frankie's contribution to the plot is comes up, which is that he uses too big of an attack and the building starts collapsing.
yeah,
Which that is kind of like his main contribution outside of fighting to the plot.
yeah, yeah. It's Frankie has definitely been sidelined recently, not just in this film, but in the anime in general. He's had a bit more to do recently in the manga, but yeah, like wish we got some more with him
Uh,
because
like I
there was
said,
a
it's
big opportunity for character in the manga recently, and they Oda sort of skipped over it a bit, and it was a bit annoying.
and yeah, uh, Nami starts yelling at a mirror and yelling at Brulee because she
Yeah, because
basically figured out Brulee's probably there.
well, so this is from the Whole Cake Island arc where they had sort of a rivalry going on, and Nami uh, used. I can't remember if she specifically used Brulee's abilities against her, but she would be the one who was most familiar with Brulee's abilities.
Yep, Nami does also make the argument like, yeah, they're the ones with all the knowledge, and Brulee, I guess, wouldn't be able to see her friends and family again, so that's how they kind of secure Brulee helping. So that
Yeah,
I believe it's mostly so that Nami and Robin can get out.
yeah. The oh, my brain keeps going dead. Yeah, like it's very in character that they wouldn't like want to team up with Luffy, but the chips are down at this point.
Yeah, at this point you kind of have to like you have no. What is your other option?
Yeah.
And yeah, so at this point, we've got uh the Straw Hats finally. Yeah, everyone's okay. I had to verify that everyone was there. Yeah, it basically all of the main kind of cast of characters outside of like Judah and the Marine Admiral, yes, and Shanks are all like together. All the people in the Sing Sing world that are tied together at this are together. We get very brief interaction. The Straw Hats, the I guess the thing that the Mary has, or not the Mary, the Sunny has been turned into.
Yeah.
Uh,
Frankie's reaction is a bit understated. I feel like he'd have a bit more to say, to
I
ask
feel like
about
he'd be kind of pissed
what the
off.
hell happened to his ship.
Yeah, it that's kind of one of the other. It's that problem that keeps coming up. They have too many characters in the story, and so because of that, some of the characters suffer because we don't really have the time for them they would do,
Yeah.
or to have like any like even like specific moment. Yeah, and yeah, Robin knows the information about Hope Musica, which she basically uh, explains the thing about reality again, which then we get more information specifically about Hope, and that it's a weapon specifically that the Sing Sing can do.
So
It appears in both the Sing Sing world and the real world. It summons
yeah,
like
they
basically
say it's like a demon born of like humanity's dread and fear and all that negative emotions, basically. Uh,
I'm trying to think if there's any. I'm trying to just real quick scan to make sure there's cover page because I
but
think that
so
that's most of
it,
the information we.
well, so this is the. I'm pretty sure this is the scene where they establish that the way they can defeat Top Musica and free themselves is by attacking it in both the real world and the Sing Sing world at the same time.
Yeah, yeah. That is basically what we establish, and I think Gordon also is the first one to bring up that Shanks is probably on his way. Which I guess Shanks,
Yeah.
I guess it makes sense that Shanks would be. But I think one of the other things that seems off, I feel like Shanks would have too concert. He would already be.
Uh, so I did think of this earlier. I, I contemplated whether or not to bring it out, but I sort of concluded that he probably wouldn't bother listening to the concert until he got there,
Oh, that's
at
true. He
which
would
point
have
everyone would be asleep.
he would have probably already been on his way. Because yeah, I feel like Shanks wouldn't be content to just listen, especially because it is her first live performance. A lot of the work. So he would be on his way
Yeah.
because it would at least be like, oh, we can check in on the kid. Yeah, I just have to like poke my head in. I can probably I feel like that's probably likely. Yeah. And Shanks is basically who knows how far off Shanks is coming from too. I think that I think that I don't know if I feel like one of his crew would have probably like tried to tune in at that point. It seems yeah, it just seems a bit like oh okay, well I guess for some reason it didn't bother. It seems a bit lucky for the I guess that is what it is. But yeah, we learned Shanks is on their way. I'm trying to see if this is that scene. Luffy runs off because he does that all the time. Oh yeah, we do. If a simultaneous attack is needed, just keep attacking her. Yeah, yeah. They learn that they need a simultaneous attack in the real world and in the Sing Sing, uh, in order to beat it. And Luffy's already ran ahead, as he does.
Yeah.
Right?
Which at that point the Straw Hat's just like, yeah, let's just follow his lead. That's what we always have to do.
Yeah, they're not. It's kind of funny. They've been worn down. They're already at that point. They've been worn down. They're not even like surprised Luffy would run, and they're just like, okay, I guess we go do this now. Like Luffy's being Luffy again. But yeah, and then yeah, at that point it's another mostly another fight between Luffy and the I guess Yuta specifically, but more so Yuta's minions, because Luffy very clearly doesn't want to actually hit her. In fact, he specifically goes out of his way to avoid. Like, it's to the point where he does move several times, but he stops them short of hitting.
Yeah. Yeah, it's clear that like he knows he could take her out with one hit, but he really doesn't want to.
And Luffy has that habit of like if he doesn't want to fight someone, he often just because he that it is part of his values. But Yuta's questioning him about like what does he. This is kind of a lot of this scene really is them talking more about values, what they're both after, and I and it really is a last chance for Luffy to try to convince her away. Meanwhile, she's already kind of he even tries to like eventually after it gets to a point where she just like, oh well, I'll the Great Pirate era began with Roger's execution, so it makes sense that it'll end with yours. Because at this
Yeah, and they
point,
do the
yeah, she's done trying to convince.
yeah, they have the imagery is the same as when Roger was executed in all of the intros in the older episodes.
Yeah, because you have the Sing Sing minions have the both have land. Luffy's just like kneeling there, with them crossed right at his face.
Yeah.
Also, she Yuta decides to tear the hat. That's a thing she does. She tears it. She tears the hat, which, as we all know, is an unforgivable sin. But
It's the eighth deadly sin.
but it's not deadly because it'll damn you. Well, it is. It will damn you, just not not religiously, just mortally. But yeah, and we do have Yuta kind of confirming, oh, it is Shank's fault. She tells the story of supposedly destroying her being abandoned. This is where we get all of that back. Which it's interesting because yeah, we know from watching the whole you were literally found as a baby in it, like by the Shanks, by the red hair pirate. So this is like the all of the family she ever had. She sung for them so many times. I believe she was 2 years older than Lucy. Facts.
2 or 3, yeah.
Yeah, I think she mentions older, and I don't remember if it's one of the flashbacks or the the prequel episodes.
Yeah.
But yeah, well, this is also the big thing that she. This is where we also learn the big thing with her. It's very clearly highlighted. It's not even Shanks supposedly destroyed Elgia and let. It is that they a bit she was abandoned. True. And yeah, it's funny because Luffy's still very entirely confident, like, to make you a better singer, which Luffy is still off base, but that is like his view. He Luffy has complete faith in Shanks because Luffy is, as we said before, Luffy is a really good judge of
Yeah.
their character. That is something specifically that is something specifically that the story does know. And another thing that's interesting is we get the background with the visit to Elgia. With Yuta was like really praised by the people of Elgia, but she still wanted to be with Shanks and his crew, and so her view of it was her first view of it originally was that they had her sing all night, and then after she went to sleep, they looted the whole place, killed everyone, and left. That was her original view of it, and took all the treasure while like keeping their back to her.
Yeah. Which when I first watched the film, I thought that they were like pretending to celebrate, as opposed to like toasting her.
Yes. Yeah. That's what I thought it was when I watched it too. I was like, okay, well, they're. I think it looked like they're like toasting her and celebrating, and I'm thinking, I'm betting we're gonna later get the the view from their perspective of like them bawling their eyes out. And the big thing I was confused is like, but wait, they still killed everyone. Something else had to happen because I don't think Shanks would do that. Yeah. I was like, well, Shanks wouldn't just murder all these people. Something else. There's something else to.
Yeah.
But yeah, the important thing is like it's almost set up as like a red herring story. Like the idea is they want you to think that Yuta thinks that Shanks kill was responsible for the destruction of Elgia, but really while she originally did think he did, because, because that's what she told. Proof it literally is the sacrifice that was made, but her main concern isn't even that. It is that she was abandoned, as far as she's concerned. Because we learn later that she did know, or she did learn.
Uh-huh.
Outside of that, I believe we get another scene back in the normal world with essentially Yuta is standing uh over Luffy's body, and as much as she's talked about in this, another thing I find interesting is she seems a lot more unhinged in the Sing Sing world than the real world. Weirdly enough.
Yeah, I mean that's until I think this scene in particular is where her mental state is
Yeah, I mean
just yes
she is
broken.
getting ready to actually murder Luffy and his, but he's
Yeah.
also stopped pretty delicately by Shanks. He basically just like gently grips her hand to stop her. I don't know if she would have been able to really. But yeah,
Mhm.
Shanks are alright. But yeah, this would be the scene where Shanks do the
Yeah.
and we get all of his pirates too. Which I don't know. It's always really cool to get like things of Shanks and him because they're kind of like I said, I've always felt like Shanks and his crew are probably like gonna be with been my view of it. It makes sense, and we do actually have
Yes.
the setup for that already, so it just makes sense. I think it'll be like a last episode. The last episode is going to be just a duel between Shanks and.
Mhm.
But yeah, Yuta at this point is just completely.
Yeah, like, the hinges are, well,
Like
they're
they're
not
gone.
off anymore. They are dust. They are trampled. They are Thanos snapped. They are whatever you can think of. The hinges are gone.
Yeah, and Yuta's just like I'm happy because I get to finally settle this with you first because at this point, yeah, she does want revenge on Shanks for abandoning her, and I a lot of it is I think that a lot of what with the degradation of yeah because it could have easily been done a lot worse. But also I think that I can see people thinking like he's not a well made done character because he seems to get more and more unhinged. Seems to be a short of time, but the fact that we have all these items to stay awake, uh, she probably before wasn't actually thinking. Yeah, there's probably a part of her that was hoping Shanks would arrive, but I don't think she actually. I think she.
No.
I think she wanted to believe Shanks would.
Yeah, I think Uta in the first 10, 20 minutes, that, excuse me, that is her character. That is her in a normal state of mind. And then, like you say, as the film goes on, she gets crazier and crazier and crazier.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing too. I think the farther it goes on, the more Cult Musica is actually with her head because we know it
Yeah.
kind of that. Or I think like Cult Musica probably planted the idea of her main plot anyway. But yeah, here it's a fight scene going on too, and I believe this is where she actually finally sings it after everything kicks off and the fighting begins again.
Yeah, it's yeah, they all try to like stop her, and the Bartolomeo gets her in a soundproof barrier, but
Yeah,
she starts singing top musica, and it just completely shatters it, which is not supposed to happen.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Because the barrier seems to be just extremely solid. Like this guy's
Yeah,
barriers are. And Yuna's not a physical fighter anyway. Like she can do a lot, but even with her like musical abilities. It hasn't come across as like she does like a big hit that she can essentially control everything around you. Then once she gets you on one of those musical note things, it's kind of just lost anyway. Basically, she can hit you. She kind of overwhelms her opponents with volume of it.
yeah.
That's what I've noticed with her thing, and so it's kind of harder for her to do. I guess, and I guess maybe the idea is she can't really do anything. She can't really do much while she's into affecting the world outside because she can't think properly. Like,
So I suppose the direct implication is that she can only affect people if they can hear her.
I guess
Um,
yeah, that is
it,
kind of the implication.
um, although yeah, she wouldn't be able to like control Bartolomeo here because he's uh I think I'm getting his name wrong. What's his name? Please.
Uh, uh,
There we go.
also, this is another one of
Yeah,
those.
Barcelona.
This is another reason I think that the with Burn the Celestial Dragon is useful because I, while the fighting is going on, you get somebody who does actual one of the I believe it's one of the brainwashed people does actually get shot. And, Yuta goes over and like she's freaking out because they're dying, and this is happening in the real world. So she's in the same.
Oh yeah, prior to summoning Top Musica.
But because of that, I feel like that's another one of those moments that it's kind of just repeating itself because we've already seen that, and I guess the idea is like even at this state when she doesn't really want anyone to get hurt.
I mean, the guy get the audience member getting shot. That does establish that the the Navy are now like fully intending to just kill whoever they have to get to Uta.
Yeah, yeah, that is essentially the factor, and at this point, it's also a case of the part. I think that's why, because she's been kind of shut down with the barrier thing in Sing Sing world, and then in the real world, you have this basically this massive fighting where the Navy has just decided, fuck it, fuck the civilians, fuck the fact that there's a celestial dragon. We just need to stop her.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, they don't even they don't even care that one of the four emperors is here and actively fighting against them.
Yeah, it's like at this point we now know the world is like we are down to the wire sort of thing.
Yeah. Yeah. And I believe this is also where Shanks just kind of like you have a lot of the higher profile like attacking and fighting and stuff, and then Shanks kind of just knocks everyone out with his Conqueror's Haki.
Oh, that's not until like way later.
Yeah, I mean later on. What I mean is because we know he can do that, he probably could have done that the whole time with this fight. Then again, I guess maybe he doesn't
Yeah, I
want to like
suppose.
he doesn't want to pop that until it's like really serious, you know. Because once you busted out Conqueror's Haki, it probably is an escalation, we'll say.
I also imagine he doesn't want to hurt the audience members because
Yeah, that's
they're
true too.
still they'd still be affected by it.
Yeah, they would be. But yeah, at this point, it's just another one of those. I think that a lot of this fight is with with the Navy admirals. Because like I said, Yuna's just like, oh, I have to save this person. You just stay with me. We're almost to New Genesis. Because her mentality is, yeah, she is trying to do what she thinks is a good thing. It's just she's kind of her whole thought process on it is just twisted. I think this is one of those things. The scene with the civilian getting hurt. It is one of those things where, as unhinged, crazy as she's gone, there is still a good person in.
Yeah, yeah. She wants what's best for these people. It just happens that what she considers to be best is the afterlife, essentially.
Yep, and this is where we kind of get the I guess you could call it a fight between the I forget his name, the light guy and Shanks. It's not really a fight. It's more just
Uh,
a brief scrap, but their power levels are just so high that yeah, I think that I kind of feel like a serious fight between them would just kill all these civilians anyway.
yeah. Kizaru is the guy who can turn himself into light.
Yeah, but most of this, I think the idea with most of this is it is Yuta getting pushed more and more to the edge because I don't think she would have just I don't think if this didn't happen in the real world, I don't think she would have used the music. ever. At this point, she's being shut down on both layers, but she's also like, she is also seeing somebody actually. She is actually seeing somebody, and then this is the part where yeah, Sanji does happening, the side effects, but I feels like that's them trying to justify Sanji, you know, doing something productive. But it's like, well, we can already clearly see that Sanji.
Uh, yeah. He just explains like this is what witch rooms are, um,
Yeah, what wake shrooms are,
and
and then
that is why she. This is the way she's acting.
yeah, yeah. Basically, like technically the effect, and then they get the outfit change.
Yeah, that I don't know. I guess she says, oh, it's to make them look like pirates, but
Yeah, well, she said I should
I
have marked
guess it
the
was
bad people earlier.
yeah,
And then at this point, it is where she uses Tote Musica.
and it's a big bombastic song with a
Yeah.
lot of heavy instruments and some Nordic runes in there in the subtitles.
Yep. It. I think they were going for a vibe that's almost like Eldritch too, which I really kind of like with
Yeah.
it.
Also, it wasn't until about 10 minutes ago that I realized Top Musica's arms are pianos or piano keys.
Because this is the thing that I like about Hope Musica too. It's very suited to what it is because it it's part like this unsettling kind of ballad and almost part chant. And when they like actually get the lyrics, it's like all about like these troubled, eerie thoughts and kind of praying for destruction and stuff like that. Kind of it's kind of just in general a very song, but it's also like most of the music. It is really good. I like that they actually like they were very careful about the music, how it's structured for this whole how the lyrics, what the lyrics are, and what they. There's a lot of care done in. But yeah, as the song is going on, we are just seeing like everything is basically there's there it does come across as like it does justify why the world government is so afraid.
Yeah,
Like
because if it wasn't for the fact that Uta had trapped the Straw Hats and all the others in the Sing Sing world, they wouldn't have a way to beat it.
nope. Well, yeah, because we learn later that the way that it was beaten before the way the Demon King was before was basically just that. Essentially, you got knocked.
Yeah, she was young and she passed out from the effort, I guess.
Yeah. She passed out from lack of stamina, which is why I think that Tone Musica definite and yeah, Tone Musica's arms are piano. Kind of neat. It also kind of looks like this kind of evil maestro. It kind of has that like demonic maestro look
Yeah,
to it.
especially with some of like his arm movements, like wide sweeping motions.
Yeah, but yeah. A lot of this is a action scene played with the actual song going in the background. You said I feel like there's not that much to talk about here because I feel like a lot of it's like cool visual. Otherwise, they're pretty ineffective against the king.
Yeah,
because it's really, really hard to actually coordinate simultaneous attacks between two different dimensions.
Yeah.
Yeah, because uh, as much as as much as they're fighting, you also have the fact that you also do have the fact that yeah, Hope Musica can just use uh Yuta's powers to spawn more and more like to kind of occupy its opponents. And okay, I feel like both of us are running out of stamina.
Yeah, a little bit. I'm going to keep doing that. Don't worry.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we only have like 25 minutes left in the movie outside of credits. A lot of it's action, so
Right.
it'll go fast. But yeah, they a lot of it is just them fighting against Hope Music, ineffective because well, the giant monster is or needs to be hit in two different dimensions, and eventually
Yeah,
we
it's
get
supposed to just like flicking them away.
yeah. It's kind of swatting them away. It's kind of cool to see that Taupe Musica does come across as an actual. It's not just like, oh, it's a big bad guy, but Luffy will just. It's like, it's kind of rolling the straw hats. And
Hmm.
I feel like the whole plan was Taupe Musica because it was. It feels like Taupe Musica was like, okay, her losing stamina was why I died the last time. So what if I just get her to eat a bunch of wig.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously not direct control, but
It's
I think there's
influence.
an implication of strong influence.
Well, it's strong influence. She's kind of basically what she wanted. Her, it's one of those demonic sort of like corruption. Like take what somebody wants, just twist it and recognize it. You know.
But even then, I'm not sure actually because
Well, not even that
there's
unrecognizable.
no. I don't think it's ever any like.
Well, yeah, you because Yuta believes, but basically
Yeah,
it's
like
like a
that's
sinister
her
vision.
plan.
Yeah, it it feels almost like it's. I think that it's probably just it's more like a whisper in the ear, but it's taking what they want, making them think you're. By the
Mm.
time they realize it's corrupted, and also
Yeah, I'm not sure. The only evidence I can really think of is uh when it like absorbs her into itself, and then basically forces her to start seeing top music again to power it up.
yeah, I think that's the
Obviously,
I.
that's after it's been summoned, rather than what we see before.
But yeah, the fight goes on, and then eventually Gordon actually gets impaled. Oh no!
Yeah,
is there anything else worth like talking about during the fight other than just like the specific like animation and a lot of the chatter? Because obviously there's discussion
um,
going on, or just info we already have.
so the song ends. Luffy, yeah, he like I'm trying to remember. I think yeah, he jumps up onto Top Musica's no, yeah, on top of him. He says like, "Hey, I know you can hear me, so let's talk." And she starts beating the crap out of him, and he just refuses to punch back. And then she goes to impale him with the spear as he summoned, and that's when Gordon jumps in the way and does the big reveal of the film.
Yeah, the big reveal, which is that it was Tote Music. It was the Demon King and Tote Musica that actually destroyed it. Kind of it's kind of one of those things where I was kind of just like, yeah, that's kind of what I figured.
It's
'Cause
just every version of the no shit meme.
yeah, yeah, like I feel like that's even that's basically what Yuna's reaction is. Like, I knew that. I'd figured it
Yeah.
out already. I think that was a bit of a more of a subversion is her, yeah, the fact that she's like, no, that's not what this is about.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely had some sort of mental impact on her to learn that, well, no, obviously she wasn't directly responsible, but she would 100% have blamed herself.
So yeah, and not only that, but she didn't actually, so basically a, a, it kind of comes across almost as a lot of this too. It's her trying to probably is a lot of self guilt. The idea of her trying to like because she wasn't intending to use the music. It was essentially a nuclear deterrent. That's kind of the. She only really used it once, like she was in a no incident. Her actual goal was at stake with the civilians being.
Yeah.
So that's the other interest that I think she said that basically she found out after she started streaming with the special.
Um,
I think that's what she said. Yeah. Somehow the evil music she did manage to. The way it seems like it did somehow just manage to make its way onto the couch for her to find as a kid. So that's the other
yeah, it's
thing.
very vague as to how it got there. It just says it found its way to your side. It's like, also, did it like control a breeze to get there? Is it like a sort of final destination type thing where it can control the environment, or
It just
is this some sort of teleportation thing?
yeah, I think the idea of it is like, and that's probably also why there's no point in them off of the island because it seems like it's the type of like evil presence. Like, would it even be able to?
I mean, they leave it very like they don't really explain what happens to it after the big fight, so I'd hope it could be destroyed because otherwise that means it's still on Elegy or somewhere.
Well, at least it can
Or
only
no,
be
wait, would
used
it have
by
been
the.
destroyed because they beat it?
I guess maybe that's possible. But yeah, either way, that's the interesting thing too. You also have the fact that Shanks and his crew fighting, and this is before I believe before Shanks lost one of his arms. Uh, like basically,
Yeah, because
yeah, they
he
were.
loses his arm.
He loses his arm after it would have been after the devil.
Come on, fruit.
I think it's implied to be like months after that they've reached the island again.
No, so he loses his arm and then sure, like that's and then they leave. Like maybe a few days later, that's when he gives him the straw hat, and that's the last time they see each other.
Yeah. So this is probably not too far off before Luffy ate the fruit. Then, but is that's assuming he hasn't already eaten. Uh, I think either way it doesn't matter too much. But the idea is like yeah, Shanks at this point, while he probably stronger now, he was still probably one of the stronger pirates in the sea. Oh, so the
Yeah.
fact that he was, and the fact that like this thing was able to fight against him in his whole like real world, where does it have like the Sing powers to help it. Just me establishes that this creature is really really dangerous. And yeah, I believe though part we're at is yeah we learned the truth. She sung the song because it was the idea was it was an all day like concert. Everyone was happy and the music just appeared in her, and obviously a child who didn't know better didn't know about it. Yeah, sung it, and she probably does hold a lot of guilt for that. Uh, it's interesting because her goals are almost opposite. Demon King is made from like her anxiety and stuff, and she wanted to make a world that was like away from it. But yeah, basically she ran out of stamina, which is how the monster was being, but seems to have wiped out like the entire country where that happened. And then yeah,
Yeah,
Shanks.
which was a bit silly that it got literally everyone other than
Was it
Gordon.
was it actively hunting them all down? Like, I mean, I assume it was, but it wasn't just like firing energy blasts and rampaging. Was it like actively like shit. I have to, I look. I have. It's like an achievement hunter. It's going for that, wipe out the entire island achievement. It's like okay, there we go. I got the baker finally. The all that's left is Gordon, and then I got the achievement.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a bit silly to like believe that it was specifically able to like kill everybody on the island. Yeah, I, everybody but Gordon specifically on the island. Like there wasn't even anyone like just wounded, passed away from their wounds. Like everybody, yeah. Oh, like there was no one that was maybe like survived, but then was like, yeah, I'm leaving. Everything I care for is
Yeah.
dead, and that thing could come back. Uh, but it's one of those things that's like it's just kind of. I feel like more than anything, this is very nobody else would have known that about it because everybody died. And then yeah, red haired Shanks and his friends, the red haired pirates, or Gordon tells Gordon to tell her that too.
Yeah, he
And
says, like Gordon says, "Oh, I'll tell him it was me. It was my fault." He said, "Nah, tell him it was us. It makes more sense." And you know, look. Uta should stay with you, so it's safer for her that way.
I think the idea it helps too that the idea is Shanks was planning to leave her with in Elgia anyway to an extent. Like he had asked her to like stay there. He there was a part of this was already on his mind to leave her there, and it probably is more so. I think it's more so the yeah. Look, we've been lucky that she hasn't like gotten like seriously hurt or anything so far, but like we're especially given like Shanks was going to Grand Line. Like that's no place for us to take a child.
I mean, this is already past the Grand Line. This is in the New World. Hello.
Sorry, give me a second. I've got to take care of something. So yeah, you can just continue. Just continue with the recap. I'll be right back.
Right. Hi, chat. It's you and me now. So I guess yeah, they have the big recap. It's revealed that Shanks wasn't responsible for the deaths of the Eldergians. Big shock, I know. And then it cuts back to the big fight against Top Musica, and Luffy goes to jump up and say, "I know, I told you Shanks wasn't bad," and she essentially uses her powers to bitch slap him away. Sends him down, but he sees something on her sleeve. He goes, "Wait, I drew that." And we have a big flashback saying that Luffy tried to draw Shanks' straw hat, and it was crap. It was your typical kid's drawing that you put up on your fridge for like a week, and then you chuck it in the bin because the kid's drawn another quote unquote masterpiece. And he tells her, "Let's make it the sign of our new age," which is what gets through to her. She finally actually goes to punch him rather than using her powers, but he catches it and says, "Come on, this isn't freedom. This isn't what you wanted. You know it's not."
Yeah, this is kind of like, I'd probably say this is the point where you just started to like realize, and also we get the origin of like her symbol. It is just like a really poorly done drawing of Shanks' hat that Luffy did.
Yeah.
But which kind of, it's another one of those fervor ties that like, yeah, these two are not only like extremely close, but we're not only extremely close, but she's still to this day, even after the, like, it kind of solidifies why she was so determined to save him, even if she probably did still have resentment for Shanks. And it really is like Luffy kind of just talking sense into her. But at this point, yeah, the Demon King has gotten too powerful enough that he I guess he can just swallow her up.
Yeah. She even like looks like she's about to beg him to help her, and nope, just nom 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 nom. Swallows her up into itself. Forces kind of almost like forces her to start singing Top Music again to change the world into this basically void.
Yep. Because I guess that's the idea. Yeah, it's uh if one use of Tote Musica can like summon the Demon King, what does two mean? Because I assume it doesn't summon a second one. It does seem to just like power him up by a lot.
Yeah, I think the direct implication is that it's having her sing it is just like a normal use of the sing fruit, where she can change the environment and stuff.
Yep. But yeah, that's the other thing, was the way she actually found out was she basically just found I think it was actually just she found a snail that had recorded the whole thing. Which,
yeah, with a helpful narration saying, "Beware of Uta, she is evil," which it's a bit contrived, but
yeah, it's like, what? How do we know this was like? How does that person already know? I mean, I guess they were broadcasting throughout the island, so maybe that's the idea. Everyone knew it was that did it.
I mean, you'd have to sort of do a lot of filling in for the film, but I guess the best faith assumption is that it's someone who maybe was either there or who was told by someone, like the Red Hair Pirates went, "Oh, we have to do this because Uta's up there," and you overheard them. But again, that's never established in the film. That's doing a lot of filling in for it. So I wanted to mark that down as a big old contrivance that you didn't even really need. Like, you don't like this big revelation from Uta could just be filled in with the visuals.
Yeah. Well, I actually think that's the thing because you could even have her. You could have Well, I guess you can't because then you can't get the reveal if she did the whole or she's known for. But yeah, I think you could have gotten it with the visuals, especially if she's like being around by the demon king there. Like we did see that already. It could even be a recording from when she specifically sung the like starting there.
Yeah.
Or it was like the person turned on the channel because they were like, well, obviously, I want to record this really talented singer's big, you know, concert essentially. Not really concert, but like perform it because she only is gonna get better, and we're one day and one day everyone's gonna want to like look at like how she started out when she came to it. You could
Yeah.
have somebody who was like that, and then but yeah, the narration I think I agree is a bit contrived for that whole thing. But yeah, it does feel like that's the thing. Her motivation for what she was doing for this plan, it seems like it's multi-layered. It's like you have you have the fact she does actually just want to create a utopia for everybody. You have potential like influence to some degree or another from the Demon King, which we don't really know if that's a thing confirmed, but it seems like it to me, at least to some degree. But I think it was meant to be a deterrent. The Tote Magica was or Musica was meant to be a deterrent. But you have the guilt over what she did. You have the abandonment issues from Shanks leaving her, and you have the
Yeah.
isolation, everything like that. There's a lot of like reasons why she might have been mentally driven to think that this is what she needed to do. And you also have the fact that when it comes to her other interactions that were like almost over a long distance, essentially in a stream chat, it was like those videos we saw, I assume the ideas we were seeing, videos people were sending her or like talking or snippets of conversations she had with her fans, and she's just seeing like horrible world full of people that seem otherwise to be good. She wants to protect people. She's happy. She wants to create a world where.
Yeah.
So it kind of makes sense. I think there's a sense to it that like when you get all these elements like meshing together for her character. Outside of that, I believe we get more fighting with Tote Music.
Yeah. So she swallows him up and like, almost blasts Luffy back and knocks him unconscious. Um. And yeah.
And at this point, it's already more powered up than ever. Like, which you kind of need a threat of this level when you have this many like combatants of this type. Like
Yeah.
it's kind of one of those shonen problems of like, as the cast gets more powerful, it's like, well, how do I challenge? It has to be something like this for a lot of it because so at least One Piece kind of has some built-in way to like scale up the danger as you go through the Grand Line and the.
Yeah.
But yeah, I believe they had a plan with Broly because that she's the important character here.
Yeah. So the plan is so Kobe's like takes control and he gets Robin to create like big arches out of her powers to create arms on arms on arms.
And
Um,
Nami does the same with Clouds.
yeah, and it herds all the transformed civilians into the mirror world.
Yeah,
And
so
then
the
he
idea is
he
they
gives
want to
orders
protect
to
the
like the
civilians. Yeah, I
yeah
think.
he gives orders to some people to be like, go and protect Luffy and Gordon, and the rest of you, attack and defend and all that.
Yeah. So yeah, right now it's all them like planning on kind of taking care of how they take care of it, how they line things up to do this. Sorry, throat's a bit rough. I think you heard me coughing earlier too.
Yeah. Um,
We're almost done.
and yeah, we're almost done. And Luffy wakes up. I don't know if I'm taking control a bit much. So sorry,
Yeah, no.
but
You're on point. Like Luffy wakes up. My problem is I get bogged down in like skills.
yeah.
But yeah,
So he
Luffy
wakes
wakes.
up, and I
Yeah,
believe this is the first instance of Gear 4 in the film.
yeah. This is where we see Gear 4 in the film because we kind of saw Gear 2 a bit. I don't think we saw any. Oh, this is. They've been
We
kind
we
of
saw it very
safe.
briefly where he
Yeah.
first time he punches Top Musica, he like inflates both
Oh
his
yeah, you're right.
fists. But
You're
that's
right.
about
But
it.
this is the first use of Gear 4 in the film. This is when he finally. So this is when
Yeah,
Luffy is finally fighting seriously because before, well, I mean, he was fighting Tope Musica seriously, but this is him fighting seriously
yeah,
at full power because before his goal was just to save Yuta. He didn't actually want to fight her seriously.
yeah. Um, and yeah, in doing so, he turns into Bounce Man, which is the initial Gear 4 version. And he managed to connect an attack with Shanks, and it shatters Top Musica's shield.
Yep. Yep. And I believe after that we learn not only do we need a simultaneous attack to fully like defeat the creature, but we need it hitting the same place.
Yeah,
Yep. Yeah, so you have these characters talking about it. About it. I believe it's one of Big Mom's sons. They're
yeah,
using
Katakuri.
observation hockey, and they're treating it like, well, I have observation hockey, and no one else does. And then I believe it's Usopp and his dad. This is like the Usopp moment of the film where he gets to be.
Yeah,
Yep. Because I believe Usopp is actually a really powerful like observation hockey user. If I
oh
understand
yeah,
that,
he's.
I haven't made it to that point, but that's my understanding.
I mean, I think I might have blanked when that happened in the anime because I struggle to remember it. But yeah, he's like supposed to be super powerful with it. He just needs to calm down and focus.
Actually, thinking on it, I think Goro does get a lot of like fighting stuff. So I guess that off along with Sanji in this scene too. I guess that's like their those two's big contribution. But yeah, uh, Usopp is basically one of the only people who probably could do this, from what I understand, with like the level of what I understand is hockey to be. Also, is it? I assume there's something with like familial connection, like can tie in hockey and observational hockey, would it be?
I I
Or,
don't
or
think
is
that's ever like directly established, but I mean it's not like a contradiction. So
yeah, I was gonna
yeah,
say that was the implication I
yeah,
with how he kind of ends up lining up with his dad, like it could also just be that they're very similar characters way, like, and so it helps them line up attacks better. But yeah, Usopp is like the most important person for this, and meanwhile, yeah, you've got more fighting going with on both sides, the mirror world and the physical. Yep. And Usopp's dad is kind of calling the shots, so it's like right leg, and Usopp's telling them right leg, you know.
Yeah. Oh, before we get to this part, I should say the music used at this point is a pretty fantastic combination of um, the instrumental for New Genesis and We Are the initial the original One
Yeah,
Piece
yeah,
opening,
yeah.
basically.
It's kind of a nice like it's a remix of the normal fight music.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, this part it's mostly like the Straw Hats are all coordinating attacks and thing. It
Yeah.
does feel like they went out of their way to they did try to go out of their way to make sure that all the crew that both crew of these crews are important to the fight in order to like establish this. I just think that like I said, it's one of those things where I wish there was a bit more dramatic payoffs with more of the crew than just Luffy.
Yeah. Um,
But I guess it would
and
be hard to
during
do
this
that.
fight, we get several references that, granted, in the cinema I got quite excited about because Sanji uses his blue flames that he doesn't get until sort of towards the end of Wano. Robin uses her basically giantess form. Who's the other one? Yeah, and then obviously the big one we get in a moment, which I should we'll get there.
Yep, yep. Yeah, but yeah, and then we do see Luffy's doing some powerful looking moves with Gear 4. Like I haven't reached Gear 4 in the anime,
So
so
I
for me
think that's.
the animation is pretty good though in this movie.
Oh
I'll
yeah,
say
it's
that.
it's spectacular. Um, but yeah, it's a move where like he'll. I don't know how he does it. I don't know if it's ever, I can't remember if it's explained,
He he's like
but he
bouncing the fist around, kind of like the dark side
yeah,
flames or something like
yeah,
the.
like I don't think that's Hydra. I think that's Cobra or King Cobra or something like that. But then he
Yeah.
yeah, like him and Shanks combine their attacks, and I don't know if you want to take this one, Rangi, but
Yeah, we get that very brief showcasing of as I assume you mean with this the third the last reveal you were talking about that.
yeah,
Yeah, I think I can talk about that, and then we can just briefly talk about the backstory stuff we get for Yuta, and then I think that most of the gone through most of like the bulk of the movie. It's just wrap up. But yeah, so yeah, we get a very brief glimpse of Gear 5 with this final hit. Yeah, yes, we do actually. Yeah. I wanted to verify it. Yeah, he goes full Gear 5 with this, which what from what I understand, that's another. Well, you showed me it, so I know that that's another one of those things that messes with the timeline because
yeah. This is the big one. This is
yeah,
like categorically this can't happen when it happens. It can't take place prior to one, and it has to take place after. But if it takes place after, Big Mom is dead, uh, and Luffy would be the fourth emperor rather than the fifth.
yeah. So it's one of those things where it probably if you just cut Big Mom out of the movie and that one line, I feel like you could probably justify it as after one.
Yeah, yeah, pretty easily actually.
But they clearly made a mistake with that. So there's no way the movie can be canon because this kind of fucks with the timeline too weird of a way. But yeah, the backstory stuff we got is mostly the backstory of like how Shanks' crew actually ended up getting uh which found her in a chest after what seems to be a raid, and I guess that they can't exactly they couldn't exactly return her, so they adopted her, and she's basically like the while Shanks is technically is the one she specifically refers to as the father. It's also interesting. One of the first things he does after they get her is sings a song to try to put her to sleep.
Yeah.
Given the kind of her role with music and everything, the way music is in her life, like, and Shanks even states he thinks it is some kind of fate. I I think that's the scene with that flashback and where it is. It is a very key one because one of the problems is we don't have a lot with Shanks, but we can't really get a lot with Shanks. They kind of have to make it hit when they the scenes with. I think they do for them, especially that. But yeah,
Uh,
uh, either way, the music has been destroyed. I think pretty handily, and
yeah, yeah.
we're kind of
It
just in the
bursts
aftermath.
into musical notes.
Yep. Uh, it is really lucky for Shanks that he had some medicine for her with the wake, like I guess some kind of counteragent. Maybe he had time to prepare before he arrived. I guess. Then again, they've
Um,
also had some time before final encounter. So
yeah, I think there's a bit of wiggle room to say maybe he was aware of what was going on and he prepared it in advance, but
it seems a
there's
bit
not a lot of
rough.
wiggle room.
Yeah, it seems a bit rough. I guess the only thing you could say is maybe Yosop used some observation hockey to learn some stuff.
Possibly. It feels like the
It's kind of an
trump card
asshole.
for whenever something like this comes up.
Yeah, it's kind of an asshole, but you kind of just have to shrug and go observational hockey. That explains it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not really much else. It's like somehow he happens to have known she was on Wick Shrooms and already had it prepared. So I guess we just have to say, okay, well, that's it. But yeah, uh, you just has to sing one more time in order to bring everyone out of the thing. Outside of that, we get
Yeah, it's
the Marines are still fighting, uh, and the pirates are still fighting. So that's also a thing.
yeah.
That is kind of the thing, though. It's a case of what does she do after this? Because it's not like she can just go back to normal life. She's probably gonna be on the run for. It,
Yeah.
it, it's,
Um
yeah, it's not like she could go back to being a normal singer. But yeah,
yeah, and we get I guess this is the world's continuation, this track. Or it might be it's that or Where the
well,
Wind Blows.
yeah, I think it is Where the Wind Blows.
Right, okay. And yeah, I think I said this earlier, but this is the one that like hits in the feels.
Yeah, yeah, because Where the Wind Blows is, I believe, the end track, the very ending
Right.
track. Like that's the end credits from what I remember.
Right.
But yeah, this is one of those ones that it hits heavily, and I think that it's very important that this is also the song that's set up as her singing in the past. This was the one sung in several of the flashbacks.
Yeah.
So it's weird because it almost acknowledges like there's lines specifically about like eventually coming back and Dreamland once again. It feels like a nice sort of end that goes well after New Genesis. No,
Yeah.
like a nice follow up track to New Genesis, where it's like almost like she has now realized that as much as she like as nice as her like utopia, not some it's something nice
Uh-huh.
to revisit. It's essentially a temporary escape. It's not really
It's not a
something still
substitute for
coming.
reality.
Yep, exactly. And we get a scene between Luffy and Yuta as everyone is now getting two of them are talking, and Yuta's actually asking Luffy like, why didn't you sort of she realizes she realizes that like he probably could have actually like ended the fight, especially after all of this, after he done everything. But she's asking like, yeah, why didn't you hit me? And he said, I told you, my punch is stronger than a pistol. It's kind of funny because the two of them are still in that. I kind of like their dynamic. Almost like it's they were those two kids that like always bickered, but were like really close friends. That's kind of the vibe the two
Yeah.
of them have, and it does maintain like with their interactions. But she also notices that as much as Yuta seems to want that back, she does realize like there isn't really any going back to that. They are, things have changed. She can't really get that back because I feel like that's another thing. That's though what she really wanted most of all was to go back to the days of being a kid, being a kid on Shank's crew, visiting with Luffy, playing all day. Like that seems like a lot of what her utopia really was. If you look at it.
Yeah.
And another thing she says is like, "You're taller than me," and
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, she, even though it's not the real hat, she does like re-summon the hat. The fix gives it to him and tells him to hold on to it. Which it's not the real
Yeah.
hat, but it is very like ceremonial. It's
It's a representation of her patching things up and almost sort of mirroring, Shanks giving him the hat with the understanding that it's their promise. She's now part of that, which I quite like.
yeah, yeah. Uh, it's one of those things where introducing a character like her into the dynamic in the past is always going to have problems, and especially
Yeah,
especially like
there's
where
gonna be
you go.
pushback.
Yeah. So sorry if you're getting background noise. My dog's a bit from the truck. He just got brought up here by my brother. But yeah. So Utah's kind of now included in that thing, and yeah, at this point she's just exhausted. Like she basically like can't even sit over at the when we get back to the yeah, it's her talking with Shanks, and thanking him for coming to help. That's when the Navy shows back up, and I believe this is where it's like almost it's a scene set up where it's like this is the other thing too. I find it funny the Navy showing back up. It's after everyone's like kind of worn themselves out already with fighting. So it almost feels like the Navy was taking a mentality of like, well, we know they were also fighting other people. It feels like the heavy hitters of the Navy were like, let's wait and they'll wear themselves out, and then we fight them because we have to fight an emperor. But also, we need to make
Yeah.
sure, like, to be fair to the Navy, it's not like you can like let this go. You kind of have to, especially with the fact that she does have tote music and stuff.
No, I think it's safe to say it's destroyed at this point.
Yeah, but they don't really know that for sure. You know, like
Yeah.
how much of what just happened does the Navy know about? Either way, it is kind of like, well, we have orders to kill her, so we're gonna kill her.
Yeah, and
Also,
this is
yeah. Also,
possibly
Shanks is
the
strong
most
at
powerful
whipping.
display of hockey we've seen.
Yes, yes. This is where Shanks. I had it mixed up with the scene earlier, but this is where Shanks just knocks everybody out.
Yeah, even to the point that some of the vice admirals were feeling it.
Yep. Yeah, and this is just like this is just him like his opening move. Shanks doesn't even seem like particularly effective. That's the other big thing. Shanks, I feel like Shanks is
No,
clearly
he's
closer to full strength than one.
no, he's clearly pissed that they're trying to like take kill his daughter, but um
Yep.
yeah, otherwise he's clearly like in the knowledge that he's got a good chance of winning.
Even if not, it's gonna be so costly to the Navy. Like, how many admirals and vice admirals can you throw away for one fight?
Yeah.
So it really is a case of like, yeah, the Navy decides like, oh, okay, let's not do this. Kind of funny. It's one of those questions you have to have of like, is it a fight that's worth having? And I think they do put a lot of effort into making sure to minimize the direct interaction Shanks has with, as far as in the physical world, which kind of makes sense because well, obviously I think they have a very brief conversation. I'm trying to remember.
In the film, what
Oh, that no,
Shanks and Luffy.
they see each other sailing off.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's all we get is that Shanks put them on the Sunny and set them off so the Navy can take them.
yeah. And so yeah, that's I kind of like that. That's the end. It's the two of them staring off in the distance at each other.
Yeah, and we also get the tease that well, it's left very open to interpretation as to whether or not Uta is dead, but
Also, I
I feel
think
like it's safe.
yeah. Also, yeah.
Yeah,
Then you get the "Where the Wind Blows" song, which is that's the one. That's the other one from the flashbacks. Which I believe the person we
yeah,
were watching with, he liked this song and the world's continuation, but he didn't like a lot of the other songs because they're a lot more that type of.
yeah.
But yeah, overall,
Um,
my overall thoughts are: I think that I like it. I think it's a very good movie, especially if you are a One Piece fan. But I think I've illustrated a
you're
lot of
cutting
my.
out a bit.
Yeah, yeah. Hold on. I see what the problem is. Okay, can you hear me now? Am I coming in clear?
Yeah,
Might
all
be.
good.
Alright. But yeah, I think it's a very good movie if you're a One Piece fan. I think there are problems with it. Like I said, but I think the biggest problem with it is it is so crowded, especially for a
Yeah,
2 hour film, and it feels like they have to kind of they have to kind of force in ways that the crew can all have like that the crew can
No,
all
you're still
have.
cutting out.
Yep. Yep. Okay. Hopefully this works better. But yeah, it feels like
The quality just shrunk, but yeah, it's better.
yeah, yeah. I figured out what the problem was. I'll have to fix that later, but I just turned it on so that it captures my voice no matter where I am.
Okay,
Yeah, so because sometimes when I have it on the other mode, it'll just start cutting out every once in a while.
right.
All right, there we go. Okay, so yeah,
Um,
it's a good. Yeah, I swapped it back. It's a good film for One Piece fans, I think, but it has that problem of because it's a Piece film, it has to be kind of an ensemble cast. Like I said, the fish guy, for example, he could just be cut from the movie, and I probably wouldn't even know.
yeah.
Uh,
Um,
like Brooke does very little. I feel like you could literally replace him with like a rando for a lot of uh what's done. Feels like the whole crew of the
yeah,
Straw Hats don't do much. Like they all get
it's
like
still
one
cutting out a
thing.
bit, but I got what you're saying.
Yeah, it's probably just my internet.
Okay. So this film for me holds a lot of I'm very fond of it. It's the first One Piece movie that I saw in the cinema. It's the first one I saw like new as well. Like yeah, it's the first one I watched after catching up with the anime. And yeah, looking back on it with you and with the guy we're watching with, it does have more issues than I was prepared to admit at first, but I still think it holds up really well. I'd probably put it in the top three of the One Piece films I've seen. Granted, there's only five, but
I think
um,
one of the problems is just with One Piece, it's the type of series that doesn't lend itself as well because it's such a big cat, especially at this point. Like I think you can get away with, but when at this point it's such a massive cast, it's like you're going to have a lot of characters sidelined, just not really useful. Especially because it's not like you can have emotional beat character with this amount of characters.
yeah,
Yeah, like uh, and I personally really liked it. It's it, I'd be lying if I said it's one of my favorite movies or anything. But I thought it was good for what it is. It's I think Yuta is a really interesting character, and I think she is probably my favorite part of
her
the film.
yeah. I think so. This might come across as a hot take. She's probably my favorite movie original character. Um, movie original villain. Probably first or second, depending on my next rewatch of film Z, because I've heard that guy's really good, and it's been a hot minute. Uh,
Yeah. I think the big benefit you get from movies is you have movie budget to be able to pay for like the
yeah,
and stuff. So a lot more time to do. But it's
yeah. I
just
mean,
like too massive of a cast too. Like a lot of the fights feel almost like kind of just turned in.
yeah, that's fair. Especially at this point in the anime, the animation was iffy at times.
Yeah.
Like it started, like when Wano started, it was actually quite they changed the art style, and it's like, oh, finally, after like 500 episodes, they've changed it, and it looks new and it looks good. But then eventually, it ran into the same problems of prolonged shots and angles that it could have been trimmed down, but they have to have it to fill that gap, so it didn't so they didn't catch up too quickly. Um,
A lot of the action and a lot of the fights, especially in the midpoint of the film, like the library fight, is it just feels very much like, well, shit, we need to fight. We need some all the characters. So we need more action in this Shonen movie. So we have a
Yeah,
fight scene here, and it feels like that's a lot of the action in the movie. Unfortunate.
yeah.
Like,
It's probably definitely worth watching some of the later
oh yeah, once the Demon
fight
King
scenes
is
in
summoned,
from.
especially there's a lot of like good animation
Yeah,
and a lot of good shit there, but it just feels like a bit of a slog going through a lot of the other fight scenes because it's like it's so
yeah,
forth. It's like, look, I know Zoro isn't gonna lose to. I know Zoro, Sanji, Robin, Frankie. But I know the Straw Hat crew aren't going to do a bunch of like musical instrument robots and not even halfway point of the movie.
yeah. Um, but no, I do think it's worth watching some of the later fight scenes in the standard anime because the animation is a lot better, especially in now in Egghead as opposed to the last 600 episodes.
Yeah, no, a lot of it feels like just uh, like I said. I think the movie holds up, but I think there's a lot of problems with the fact that they're trying to make it a One Piece movie in that sort of way where and most shonen stuff I've seen this kind of style have this problem where fuck we need an action scene because we need action because we need to have we don't want to not have X character make their special move. But then like
Yeah,
a lot of the action scenes with this movie, I think my big problem was it just ends up kind of being them spamming special moves and specifically the fight scenes before you get to the last one with the Demon King. The
yeah,
last two with the Demon King. It's like a lot of like spamming special stuff like that, and that's always kind of the lamest part of shonen action. Like I think not necessarily just the special move. I think it's a fight ender. It's not really a fight continuer.
yeah. Yeah, that's fair. I'm fine with it. It's just I guess like if it goes on endlessly, it does get a bit
Yeah,
irritating at times.
that's the other thing. Like the final fight too is pretty dragged out. I noticed it goes on a pretty long time. Uh,
Uh,
I think a lot
not
of
necessarily
the
sure I agree with that, but I've seen
no,
the film a lot of times.
yeah, I think a lot of the best action scenes probably actually are the music video action actual at it because I think those have the advantage of they kind of have to time it with with the music so it doesn't drag on too long, but you get like a lot of cool animation as they're going through, and it is very much meant to be a very performative.
Yeah,
That Tote music fight is probably one of my favorite fights of the.
yeah,
But yeah,
yeah. I don't know. It's hard
I
to say like where this ranks in the among fight scenes, but it is definitely up there. I'm very the music, the combination of New Genesis and We Are does a lot of heavy lifting for that fight.
yeah, oh yeah, that's the thing. The music is probably another one of those elements I think is done well. It's just I can also see it being jarring to somebody coming it, especially because it was for me. And then on the second viewing, it's like I felt a lot better about it and positive about it.
Huh?
Yeah, my voice is just dying. Sorry.
My
Yeah,
brain is dying, so I'm with you.
I think this is probably a good place to end it off, though. Yeah. Any final
Yeah.
thoughts before we sign off? You have
Uh,
you have a YouTube channel you want to plug? Anything else?
Not really. I
Maybe one
I
day.
don't really make content. I just sort of talk shit and post comments.
I figured that was the case. I just, but yep, yep. That is,
Um,
for anyone who has somehow ended up watching this whole stream, thank you very much for watching. I enjoyed I enjoyed the conversation. We went a little longer than I thought, by like an hour and a half.
yeah. I will point out that they are supposedly making another film this year. Not that we've had any news other than it's happening.
That's that that is good to know, I guess. If hopefully it's good,
Hopefully, yeah.
because that's the thing is a lot of the One Piece films I know aren't very good because a lot of them are just like short tellings of like arc.
Oh yeah. There's the only one I've seen is episode of Alabaster, and that was terrible. That was just
I've heard.
rushing through. It's like the complete opposite of the anime, where the anime is super dragged out. This was just speed running,
Yeah.
way too much.
I think Alabaster is one of those ones that it's hard to really get right, whereas the pacing and how long.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah. Uh, thank you very much for watching. Check out my other content. I will try to do either. I don't know because it seems like my voice is. But yeah, thank you very much for watching it. Thank you to
Well,
my
bye.
guest Arkham